Yes, Lynn is on. Sorry about that.
Okay. All ready?
Yes.
Recording?
Yes, I believe cable says on air, so you should be good to go.
Okay, great. Let's get started. This is the Freeport Project Review Board meeting for Wednesday, February 15th, 2023. The first item on our agenda tonight is an information exchange, and I'll turn it over to Caroline.
So we don't have any staff approvals to report tonight. The planning board has been working on looking at some ordinance cleanup. They had an initial discussion on some cleanup to the Freeport subdivision ordinance that needs some legal work, some general cleanup. It might need some changes due to the new state LD 2003 rules that we just got some guidance on this week. So you will see that before you. If you're reading it on your own and you notice typos, outdated references, or things that need to be updated to a better practice, I would say start marking them. We'll have a discussion, and of course you'll be invited to participate in the public hearing process as they get to that. They've also been looking at some cleanup to the Commercial 1 district. There's some language in there that is a little bit unclear and hard to understand, and cross-references that haven't been updated over time, so they've been working on that. And then there's also been an issue raised in the village that standalone parking lots, when not connected to anything, are not a permitted use, therefore they're not legally conforming. So we're trying to bring forward some language to clean that up. Redevelopment of some parking lots or dividing parking lots because they're non-conforming use could be problematic. So they're looking at cleaning up that language. This month they're going to have a hearing on the changes to allowing parking lots as a permitted use, and then they're also going to start looking at some early discussion on regulations for accessory dwelling units. Some of that's just looking at our standards as it pertains to kind of best practices in that area, and then some of the discussions also regarding accessory dwelling units and the new state regulations to increase all types of housing in Maine. Number 3, the Downtown Vision Task Force Implementation Group. Last week, we talked about the last meeting, how the task force has been working since May. They've narrowed down a set of goals and projects which were presented to the council. Last week at the council meeting, they presented kind of these charters, which are kind of a guiding document for the 12 projects that were identified. Says who's kind of signed up to take the lead on implementing the project, how much it might cost, what the steps could be to following through, and if we're going to need to make any budget requests. Those 12 charters were presented. The ones that relate most closely to what this board does would be updating design standards, updating municipal ordinances with regards to process, taking a look at parking requirements. And Todd, I'm going to put you on the spot. Did I miss anything else?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, good. And then finally, the fourth item I have to report is the town is starting the process of creating a climate action plan. We do have a website. If you go to the town's website, either the planning page or the Freeport Sustainability Advisory Board page, you can follow the link to the new freeportclimateaction.org page. You can learn about the climate action plan, what the process is going to be, what's going to be included, and also sign up for updates to get email updates on the project as it proceeds. That's all I have for you tonight.
Okay, thanks. The next item on our agenda are the review of the minutes from the November 16th, 2022 and December 21st, 2022 Project Review Board meetings. We'll start with the November meeting minutes. Does anybody have any comments or edits that need to be made to these minutes? What's that?
You and I were excused.
I know, that's true. Oh, no, November?
No, that's November.
No, December. On Zoom, any comments on the meeting minutes?
That's a no from both Lynn and
Okay.
Jason.
Because we are in hybrid mode, we do need to have a roll call vote each time tonight. So we'll start with those on Zoom. And Jason and Todd, you were both excused from that meeting.
Correct.
Okay, so Donahue, abstain. Hamlin?
You need to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. The minutes are fine. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Yankee,
Abstain.
Berger,
Yes.
Reiki?
Yes.
Blanchard? Yes. Get that, Sharon? Okay. Next set of minutes are from December 21st. Any comments or edits for those minutes? No? Anybody on Zoom?
Nope.
Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Seconded?
Second.
Second, thank you. Okay, roll call vote. Donahue?
Yes.
Hamlin?
Yes?
Yankee?
Yes.
Berger?
Yes.
Reiki?
I was not present.
Abstain. Blanchard? Abstain. Okay. Great. Okay, the next item on our agenda tonight are the reviews. The first one is LL Bean at 95 Main Street. It's a site plan amendment and design review certificate, and I will turn it over to Caroline for a summary.
Sure. So the applicant is here regarding some potential changes at the flagship store. Most of them are utility related, leading to some site changes. They are proposing some changes to the Justin's Way facade of the building. So changes to the site include relocation of generators and transformers, relocating some utilities, adding a new employee entrance on the Justin's Way side of the street. Leading up to that entrance, they are proposing to widen the sidewalk. The sidewalk has a portion in the right-of-way, but they're proposing to widen it onto their own property, connecting to the back parking lot, so it would be 10 feet in width. They are proposing some new lighting, moving some HVAC equipment, and then landscaping in that area all along the building. They included a landscaping plan. They do have some work in the right-of-way that's proposed. They would need permits from the Freeport Department of Public Works. They're proposing a new sewer pipe on Main Street, a new storm drain that would connect into their closed system on the property, and then they are proposing to upgrade some panels at one of the crosswalks to be ADA compliant. They do have a site location of development permit for that property. Because of the square footage proposed and the size, they have to notify DEP if they want to request an exemption from site location, which is allowable. They did that. There's no overall increase in square footage of the building, so no changes to parking. There's no changes proposed to solid waste. I mentioned the landscaping plan, and the only signage they're proposing is just some wayfinding directional. We did have a stormwater peer review done. This was outsourced. Will Haskell from Goral Palmer did review, give some comments. The applicant made some revisions. He did a final sign-off that was attached to the staff report, as was the memo from Earl. As I mentioned, because they are making changes to the building that are visible from the right-of-way, they do also need a design review certificate. Some of these changes on the outside are related to utilities, and some are a result of changes they're making on the interior. For example, you don't want a window in a bathroom or dressing room, stuff like that, or back of house. So if you're starting kind of at Main Street and Justin's Way, I'll give you a quick overview, and then the team can walk you through the details on the changes. But on the corner of Justin's Way and Main Street, they are proposing 2 solid doors that will be on the side facade to give a temporary construction access into the site during construction. At the completion of construction, those will go away. As you go up the Justin's Way facade, there's a bump out that came to you a couple years ago where they did some windows replacement. They're proposing to remove that bump out. Just past there, they are proposing to add some new windows on the upper story to break up the facade. Further down, they are proposing 2 bump outs to hide some of the utilities, and they are adding a new employee entrance in an area where they have a lot of conduit today, so there'll be a door with a canopy. On top of the structure. They are proposing what they call a utility penthouse to kind of close off some of the utilities that are on the roof, so you'll be looking at that metal facade instead of all of the utilities on the site. drafted before you, you have proposed findings of facts and motion. Again, these findings of facts, they're not mine, they're yours. They're there as a draft. You know, I'm sure you've all read them before, but you can go through them and change as appropriate with any discussion that the board has tonight. Sebago Technics and I believe WBRC are here to make a presentation to the applicant, to the board.
Go ahead. Thanks.
I'm going to put this on so I can move around. All right, can you hear me okay? All right. So thank you very much. My name's Kylie Mason from Sebago Technics. I'm here representing LL Bean this evening for Justin's Way. With me tonight is Tyler Johnson. I can't see him any longer. There he is. From WBRC and members of the LL Bean team. And hopefully we can make this presentation very short. It looks like you have some work ahead of you.
I think everyone's here for this.
Oh, excellent. So just to walk you through the project, we are talking about some modest improvements on Justin's Way. This would be an existing condition, and just to orient you, this is Main Street. This is Justin's Way to the top of the page. And so moving to the next image, we have a rendering of the proposed changes. And you can see everything a little bit clearer without the shadow. Just some enhancements to the green area, some trees, and a robust planting plan. You can see those temporary doors in the corner. Those are, again, just for access while they're doing some internal modernizations and just getting everything bundled up together. As you can imagine, over the history of the building, there's been many infrastructure enhancements. This is a way to combine all the utilities, do some modernization, and put them in a central location. And so that will be the temporary construction easement or entrance. There'll be these robust enhancements. The widening of our sidewalk starts here, increases to 10 feet. Currently, it's anywhere from 6 to 8 feet wide, and that would run all the way down to the cross street entrance here. We would be improving the truncated domes at each of the crosswalk locations. We are relocating a number of generators, transformers, conduit that are located in this area, and then ultimately creating this employee entrance, which would be a nice enhancement for the corner. And then finally, one final improvement would be the elimination of an existing structure that's used for storage and a small garage. And so to show you the elevations of the building, you can see that, again, down at the Main Street level, this would be Main Street and Justin's Way rising. You see the elimination of the bump out. You see the new windows created to match the existing. You can see where we're removing awnings, creating the new canopy for the building, a new door for employee entrance, and then the mechanical penthouse at the top of the building. And then just to give you some context for the site, we did take some photos this afternoon. So this would be that sidewalk. You can see the narrowness and why the benefit of widening this out to 10 feet would be great for employees and just general circulation. You can see the generator, a lot of vegetation that needs to be cleaned up, even just for perception of safety. You can see the bollards protecting the transformer. The next one down. Again, just being a little bit further away, seeing this vegetation, the fencing, and that need to increase the width just for access and flow. And then the final one, you can see this would be essentially where the new entrance would be proposed. It'd be the elimination of these transformers and all this equipment and conduit, and in its place would be a nice canopy and employee entrance. And so with that, I would end my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
We can't hear back here.
I apologize.
Caroline, there's nothing we really can do about the noise
Yes,
amplification.
there's no microphone in the room, unfortunately, that feeds directly to cable. So if you're at the podium,
Gonna have
use
to
your mom
holler.
voice. Elevate so we can hear.
Okay, thank you. We'll start with those on Zoom, and then we'll go to the room as far as board questions. So, Lynn, Jason, is Jim available yet?
Let me just, yeah, Jim is here.
Okay.
So Sharon, if you want to note that. Sorry, Jim, if you joined and I didn't see you. So we have Jim, Jason, and Lynn Hamlin, 3 board members.
Okay,
On
yeah.
Zoom.
So questions or comments from those on Zoom?
No.
Mr. Burton, I have one question regarding the mechanical penthouse. It looked like in the elevation that that was given a greenish color tone, and therefore it seems to read more prominently as a result of that. So I was just thinking that the goal of that, from a design review standpoint, would be to try to tone it down, and would ask that the applicant consider a different way of approaching the way that that reads.
Can I ask him to clarify? It was hard to understand. We had a hard time understanding you, Jason. It was kind of muffled. I heard you getting at something that's kind of standing out. Could you try to repeat your comment?
Sure. Is this any better?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. The comment was about the mechanical penthouse and the way in the elevations that it has a green color on it, and it looks more prominent as a result of that. So I wanted to ask if that could be adjusted to make it blend in more with the rest of the facade of the building.
Sure, I'm happy to answer that question. So the rendering is misleading. Unfortunately, we still don't have a good way to render aged bronze. And so what you would see here is actually an aged bronze color. It would not be that bluish green. I think that was really just more a matter of trying to get a color that you could, so you can see it's labeled as classic bronze. I don't know any bronze that presents as a bluish green. Apologies for the way it's showing, but it would be very in context with the building itself.
So you're saying it would be more of a brownish tone?
Correct.
Okay. I mean, I think that's better than what I saw on the elevation.
Any other questions, Jason?
That's it.
Okay. Jim, do you have any questions?
No questions for me. And let me just, while I'm here, let me apologize for being on without video while I'm driving here. But
It's okay. Thank you. Okay. I'll turn over to the board members in the room. Any comments or questions?
I have 2 questions. One of your pictures of the streetscape, you said you're expanding the sidewalk.
Correct.
I think it was the first picture you had. Are you expanding into the street itself, or you're taking, or because it doesn't look like there's any way there that can expand that sidewalk without going street side rather than building side, unless I'm mistaken?
So as Caroline described, the right-of-way falls right down the center of the sidewalk. We're proposing all the improvements within LL Bean's property. And so all of this is a relocation of all of the stuff you're seeing here. So this won't be here anymore, which will allow us to widen the sidewalk.
Okay, and what about the electric poles?
The electric poles unfortunately have to stay, so we'll have to widen around them, and it'll just be a fun slalom course.
Okay. So my other question had to do with, you have signage for wayfinding. I don't know whether you're talking about like the existing type of, to the store or to the pickup area, if that's the wayfinding, or are you considering having any signage when you're doing the work that's going to be encroaching on this street, is that the signage you're talking about?
I don't think we're proposing any wayfinding signage. I think we're just picking up signage and putting it back. So any existing signage is being replaced.
So what about when you're doing the work that's going to be, I don't know which work it was, but there was
during
work.
construction,
Yeah,
you
the
mean?
construction
How they're
work.
gonna direct people?
Yeah. Would there be anything that directs people around or tells them, is that your problem, or is that the Public Works, or I don't know who does
It's
that?
like when you take down the signs that are in the way that you're gonna put back in place that are
Yes.
helping people get around. What are
Yes,
you doing?
there's, those don't typically show on a plan, but those would be part of a construction package where they're going to obviously delineate the space and put up temporary signage.
And if it's temporary, do we need to have that indicated that it's going to be there?
She could work with Public Works to maintain circulation, just like any other construction project would.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
The sidewalk, I'm sorry, the sidewalk continuing up, it's brick right now from Main up to Away.
It is only in the frontage at Cross Street. If you can tell that it's bituminous nearly all the way down to the intersection at Cross Street. So at Cross Street, it will transition where, actually this is a great example. So you can see that it is brick right here,
Yep.
but everything else is bituminous. And so
From Main
this
Street, it is-
small,
Main Street, it's brick going up a ways. Will it?
we aren't proposing any sidewalk changes
Okay.
where it is brick.
Okay.
But this area right here would, oh, I apologize. This area right here would convert to bituminous in order to accommodate the truncated domes going in.
That's it? No,
That's it.
Okay,
Sorry.
did you have any?
I had sidewalk questions and Kylie
Okay.
answered them.
I've got penthouse questions, the one on the roof. So what's the height of the existing building?
The existing building is approximately, I think it's 30, I apologize, I don't have the dimensions, but I think we do have it in the packet. And without misquoting it,
And the penthouse adds,
the penthouse adds, but it does not, it fits within the uninhabited space at under 45 feet. And so it is under that 45.
45 is the limit in the
Right.
zone, right?
Yep.
So, but it's adding about 10 feet to the roof height?
Approximately. I'm going to look over to, yep, there we
Does it
go.
come to the edge of the building, or
It
is it
does
set
come a
back?
little bit offset to it's inches, not feet, to the building.
Oh, so it's really close to the edge?
It's close to the edge.
Does it take up the entire roof from,
So you can see it here. If we go to the aerial, the rendering, I would say that it's probably in this
in the
location right
corner?
here.
is there any way to relocate it so it's further set into the building, so it wouldn't be as visible from the street?
I wish I could say there was. I know we worked really hard with some of the future potential changes we want to make.
Sure.
It is ideal to push it into the corner to give the greatest amount of flexibility to the structure moving forward.
And it's a solid material that's going to be,
I don't believe it. I think it had a little bit of a waffle in it. Is that correct, Taylor? Yeah.
sorry.
It has some repetition and pattern to it. So
Okay.
it is, if you look in, the best example of it is in the response to comments. I think it's the second or third page back from the February 9th response. Nope. So you can see it it's the metal wall panels, concealed fasteners.
So it is solid, it just has some kind
Has
of
some
articulation
pattern.
to
Yep.
Okay. I mean, I almost wonder if the solution is having something that's slatted. That way it isn't less, or it doesn't create as much of like a visual change in that location. And I know that it doesn't necessarily hide the equipment as well, but
I
it
mean,
wouldn't be a solid material up there on the roof like that.
so would the request from the board be to just open up the spacing?
I mean, I think that might appear better. It wouldn't draw the eye to it as much as perhaps something like this, a big solid.
My hope would be,
Box.
I hear all of that. My hope would be, given the narrowness of Justin's Way,
Yeah.
it's so far back from Main Street that you would really need to look up
Sure.
to see it.
I mean, some of the concern too is that there's a Class A building right there in the corner, Jameson Tavern, and so if you're standing at the corner of that lot, you are going to be able to see that.
Yeah.
Right. So it's sort of figuring out the best way to.
Sure. Could we go to the rendering
Yeah.
real quick, Paul? So from this sight line to this area. So one of the benefits it does have is that the building moves away. It doesn't move in parallel to the road. It moves away from the road. So it is with every bit coming down
Right.
Justin's Way. I think if the board would be open to it, because enabling phases are important to keep things moving, we could perhaps work with staff to the satisfaction for some guidance and
Sure, I'd be okay
opening
with that.
and make it a condition of approval.
I'm actually going to suggest, given that we're dealing with some other height issues, potential height issues, that that this might actually warrant a site walk. I'm just throwing it out
Sure.
there.
We can talk about that, I suppose. I do have more questions, though, before we get into the site walk, if that's
I
okay.
think it would be good for you guys to finish your questions, and
Yeah.
then if you were going to take public comment, hear
And then
what public
discuss-
comment there
and
is,
then
and then
discuss.
see
Yep.
what you want to.
Okay. So the other question is about the demolition that's proposed.
Sure.
So that building isn't classified as a Class A, B, or C.
There's a small portion of the original structure that's in the middle of all this. It's been added onto over time. There is a portion of Class B that they're not coming before.
I think.
Not this
I think he
building.
means
I'm
this
talking about
building.
the demolition.
Oh,
The house and garage.
yes. That's not a Class A or B. That is a Class C building.
Oh, because I looked on I guess I misread the
The
map.
house across the street.
Yeah.
It's a Class C
Okay.
building, so they don't need approval to demolish it. It's a single family.
Gotcha.
Was the last
Okay.
use, so they could remove it and grade it. They thought it was important, and I agreed to show it on the plan, even though, sorry, it was confusing.
Yeah,
It wasn't
sorry.
really under the purview of the board. They were gonna take that down in lumen
Got it.
seed, but wanted just to note that, so when the building was gone, you'd be like, hey,
Got
you
it.
just brought that, and you didn't note it, so that was
Sure.
there. Sorry, didn't mean to.
No,
cause
it's okay. It was a
confusion.
bungalow, so
Call
it sort of
that
threw
out.
me off that why we
Yeah.
weren't talking about that. But if it's a
I was
class,
surprised too.
yeah, was it reevaluated? I guess it wasn't reevaluated as part of the recent
because it was
survey because it
Class
was
C.
C.
And not to derail, my understanding
Yeah.
is it's not in great condition.
It is not in great condition.
Right.
I don't think it's been regularly occupied.
And it has been owned by LL Bean for quite some time and has been used for storage facilities, additional uses.
Okay.
Is there a way to reference onto the recording? It's that big green square, that's what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I think that's all of my questions. So we can open up to public comment. I think because we have so many people tonight, we would like to limit public comment. We do need a vote of the board to do that. I'm recommending 2 minutes per person
For the entire evening?
for the entire evening. Public comment be limited to 2 minutes, and to the application that we're discussing at the time.
So moved?
Moved by Linda. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Todd. We'll do a roll call vote, starting on Zoom. Donahue?
Are we taking public
Yes.
comment on this?
Not until we vote. Yep, thanks. Sorry.
Just making sure.
Yep, that's okay. Donahue?
Yes.
Yes. Hamlin?
Yes.
Montleone?
Yes.
Yankee?
Yes.
Berger?
Yes?
Reiki?
Yes.
Blanchard, yes. Okay, limiting public comment to 2 minutes. If you would like to speak on this application, please go to the microphone, state your name and address, and again, please keep your comments limited to this application.
Hello, good evening. I'm Dominic Petrillo. I'm the property owner at 115 Main Street and 4 Justin's Way, just across the street from this project. I also live in town on Upper Mass Landing Road. Couple questions about this. Curious, I didn't see specifically where the construction entrance was, and I was just curious if we could see exactly where that is, and if there's a possibility that the construction entrance cannot be on the corner of Main Street and Justin's Way, perhaps on the back of the building, entering from the back on LL Bean's property, just so it doesn't impact any of the other local businesses, specifically on Main Street and on Justin's Way. I'm also curious as to what storage will look like, exactly what structures and what wall systems are coming off of the exterior, how we're going to mitigate dust and noise during the project to not impact businesses in the immediate vicinity. And those are my questions.
Thanks. Are there any other public commenters on this application? And on Zoom, are there any members of the public that wish to speak on this application?
I do not see any hands up on Zoom.
Okay. Not sure if the applicant wants to go back to the microphone and answer those questions that were raised.
All right, so I think I got all of them. But the construction entrance, as I described, is 2 metal doors in the corner here, and that's for people access. This is not a vehicular access. And that's largely because some of the improvements that are already undergoing are some bathroom improvements, and the distance to get here and some of the logistics for it It seems, while it seems like a big open building, it's not. And there's a lot of obstacles, walls, customer spaces, back of house spaces. And so this is a very direct access and makes sense. It's also required for egress. So there is pedestrian egress and there are those doors. And this is one of those, you want to try and be as transparent. The temporary doors are not required. We offered, or not required for approval, but we wanted to offer them as a demonstration of what's going on. In terms of noise and dust, those are all common practices that are managed by all of the permits, and that has a program associated with it. And then in terms of the materials that are being removed and put on, those are in the packet as presented and are a part of the materials on file. In terms of storage of materials, there will be contractor storage located in this area, in the back of the loading dock area. So I think it's a pretty self-contained, very responsible and reasonable plan. And as I described, it's a modest improvement on a facade on Justin's Way.
Thanks. Any other questions from the board, online, or in the room? Yeah, did you have a question? Do you want to discuss site walk?
Yeah, I think it might be worthwhile if others feel the same way.
For those online, do any board members feel like we should conduct a site walk for this application?
It's fine by me if majority wants to do it.
I would too.
Is that Jason?
That was Jason, yes.
At least do
And those?
You still have Jim. Jim, do you have thoughts on a site walk?
I'm supportive about the plan for the site walk. I would only ask if we could have a plan for how we might measure height. You know, this is something that's come up in a few recent applications, and it's resulted in an imprecise guidepost when we do the site walk. Any thoughts about how we're going to locate height?
I would suggest for the site walk that it would be helpful to raise a couple balloons on the front two corners of the penthouse.
Mm-hmm. That'd be the only way, really.
That'd be the only way to gauge from street level, how high it is.
Can we ask the applicant to show the pictures you have of the current building with that area?
Could you go to the photos? It's the next one down. So if I could, I always enjoy a site walk with the Freeport Project Review Board, but this is a pretty standard request for a mechanical penthouse. It is not approaching the height of the 45 feet. It is 42 feet. I did fail to inform you. It is a conditioned space, so the slats would not be ideal. It does need to be enclosed. And the things I would point out is that you can see that the grade is falling away from the peak of the Justin's Way rise. This would not be visible from Main Street. It would be very limited sight from the Jameson's Tavern building, the windows here. You would have to be looking sideways out them to get a direct view. This is a typical construction method. Certainly support it if you want the site walk. We've worked really closely with staff, and I'd hate to have the project delayed for it, but if flying balloons and doing a site walk is necessary, we support it.
Could you show where on the building?
Right here.
On that, it'll be that corner.
That corner.
And do you have any picture that shows from Main Street looking down Justin's Way rather than up Justin's Way?
Down Justin's Way. We can open up the
You know what I
file.
mean by down.
Yeah. I can, it'll take me just a second, but I can do that if that would be helpful. I think maybe the best way is to go to Google Earth.
Can I ask a question of the board? So is the reason for the site walk for all the changes or really just the mechanical penthouse?
The mechanical penthouse.
Okay. And then we have it, as a board, we haven't really gotten into regulating utilities on top of roofs. So is the desire that the board would rather just see the utilities and not have the enclosure?
It's the conditioned space that requires a,
Yeah, you need that conditioned space. Okay, just wanted to clarify that.
yeah, sorry, we're taking a tour. Let me see if I can turn it off while he navigates. So you don't have to watch the slowness.
Kylie, what's your timing on this project?
Honestly, as soon as there was approval, Zaka was eager to get going. So the hope was that they would be starting construction very quickly.
They do have a building permit out for interior work that didn't result in changes to the outside.
That's
So they are
perfect.
doing some work on the interior of the building already with permits.
That's perfect.
While we're waiting, in response to the question about the corner and the street and the noise and all that, and where you said that the construction entrance is, you said is for employees. What
Correct.
about their equipment and where anything is going to be stored? Is that in that entrance?
It's already in
area?
the space. You mean for the construction work?
Yeah, I mean,
It would
just
already.
an in and out door
It's just
for
an
them?
in and out door.
Okay.
Do you mind driving up the street just a little bit? Sorry. And so it's that corner that we see right there on the left?
It is, yep, right here.
It connects to the, see that little bump out on the top? It connects to the other side of that.
So this indent would actually be the employee entrance. And so you would have that canopy coming across.
Is the height the same height as the existing mechanical room?
No, because they don't have a current mechanical room. They have a lot of mechanical units on the roof. And again, this is about moving all of those into one centralized area.
Well, it appears there's a,
Yes, there is yes, my apologies, yes. I think it's slightly higher. Thank you. This is an elevator overrun currently.
Do you have an approximate height of that?
4 feet or so.
Above the height of the building?
Right. And how much higher would the mechanical penthouse? Yeah.
Do you mind going to the microphone if you're going to address the board? Sorry.
Well, I was going to
I
translate.
know. Figure if you're here.
There you go.
Thanks. Sorry.
And you do have a hand up from Lynn. Just saying.
Okay.
The elevator overrun is about 4 feet from the top of the roof, and the penthouse will be about 9 feet, I think, or so, above that.
Above the 4 feet?
Above the 4 feet. This is a perspective from standing on top of a car as well.
Okay.
I don't know as far as putting a helium balloon or something over there, if it's going to make much more difference than us seeing something that's already there at 4 feet and saying we're going an additional 9. We already, I mean, in my mind, I could see that it's going to be pretty high up.
Right, that you can visualize the additional.
Yeah, I don't know if we're
So
going
you're
to get
saying you
anything.
don't think you need.
I
sidewalk?
don't know if I need
Okay.
anything additional.
Lynn, you have your hand up?
Yes. How long do you think it's going to take to do the project, start to finish? Do you envision it being done prior to the season?
This particular project, given the paving, it'll probably happen during the season. But this is a small enabling component of a project we hope to bring you soon. So roadway construction probably during the season, if not hopefully after the season. I don't have an exact time, but anytime between spring and fall. And obviously the season is important to LL Bean too, so that would be of the greatest importance, and they would manage it appropriately so it's not impacting the town of Freeport nor their own need for tourists and customers.
But that road, Justin's Way, a lot of people leave the back parking lot to get back to Main Street that way. So would that be cut off? Would it become one lane?
It would have travel. So during the time that they'd be working, they would have flaggers and they would have redirection, just like any roadway construction in Maine. Unfortunately, there's only one construction season for any roadway improvements. And so the work that would be done in the right-of-way would actually improve the road surface. They would be improving the utilities underneath, and they'd be required to put the road back at the town standard. And unfortunately, that season is the same season as people are visiting the downtown area, and there is no winter option for that. When they are not under construction, it would have the same, any closures or covers that are required, but I don't expect it to be a long-term opening.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, that would really be, what happens in the right-of-way would really be beyond the purview of this board. Any work in the right-of-way that would alter traffic circulation, close sidewalks or roads, they would have to coordinate with Public Works and PD and other appropriate departments to accommodate traffic as appropriate based upon the conditions, working with those two departments.
Okay, based on the additional information, do we still feel like we need a site walk?
Yeah.
Okay. Todd's a yes. How do you feel?
And I'm sympathetic to your schedule.
I think I'd like a site walk for this.
I feel the same way.
Okay, so that's 3.
So I guess my question,
Yeah.
but you're saying really it's just for the penthouse.
For the penthouse.
So
Penthouse.
are you, I don't know if it makes a difference if
It
the
would.
changes go hand in hand, but are you, knowing that they have other stuff and they have a tight timeline, if you're
Right.
okay with the other changes, are you willing to consider taking action on everything else presented tonight? Noting, you could note that it wouldn't include approval of the penthouse, or, well, you could craft it somehow, but that you do want to schedule a site walk.
Yeah, I'd be okay with that.
Could be a compromise. I mean, it's really up
Yeah.
to the board. It's your
I'd be okay with that.
action, but I haven't heard any other concerns from you guys and the people on Zoom.
Yeah.
You do have a hand up from Jim.
Okay, yeah.
I want to flag a slight concern about granting a partial approval for concern that, we can undertake work that then becomes irreversible and may provide no alternative but the full penthouse layout and the anticipated height. So in other words, if work starts, there may be no going back.
That's a question for Kylie.
Yeah, so I guess how related is the roadway work to the penthouse?
The roadway work nor the entry are dependent on the penthouse. However, what I would offer, and I would seek feedback from the board, the penthouse falls within the ordinance requirements, both for material, continuity with the structure, and height. And so I would ask for feedback in a site walk. What additional information would we hope to obtain if it is under the elevations allowed by the ordinance, if it meets the requirements set forth, what additional information could be provided or obtained in a site walk that would provide greater comfort?
So for me, it's really the proximity to the edge of the building because that's what's increasing the height. And so I feel like if you're able to find a way to create some kind of setback for the utility enclosure, then it would be immediately less visible from the street, and it wouldn't give that impression
5 to 10
as far
feet
as
more.
the major increase in height.
So if we could make a condition of approval that we will set back the mechanical penthouse, is there a nominal foot length that we could?
Yeah, see, that's what I
mean, how would a site walk?
Well, a site walk, you would have the opportunity to kind
Right.
of show us,
Sure.
here's what it looks like on the edge, here's what it would look like 5 feet in, here's what it would look like 10 feet in, right? So you could sort of give us that perspective.
We're also willing to, we can change the color of
Right.
That would potentially help as well, I
Match
think.
the same color as the walls.
Yeah.
Right. a sand
Doesn't
color.
have to be that.
But you just don't want to have that visually jarring effect that I'm afraid that this might have sitting right there on the corner of that building.
Okay. We would appreciate a partial approval if it would be, if the board would be willing to grant it. I think that would be really helpful. It allows us to focus on the issue that you're concerned with, and it allows us to focus our efforts on that one piece as opposed to the entire application.
I personally am not happy with partial approvals of things for the same reasons that, who was it, Jim or James?
Yep.
I don't remember, that they brought up. I just think it's not a good precedent for things.
Jason had a
Jason?
comment? Yep.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I'm in agreement with what you're talking about, Guy, about the relationship of the wall, of the new wall to the existing wall. And I think it also has to do with the facade materials and the way that renders as it makes the wall feel much taller in scale. So I personally would be comfortable with saying that the site plan could go forward and that the design review certificate could hold long enough until we have the site walk. And then the applicant could come back with what I hope would be a different proposal for the way to manage the material relationships.
And I'm okay with splitting them as well. I see them as fairly separate.
Okay.
Sorry, Linda.
Yep. You have a question?
No, I think it just depends how you split it. You know, there's a site features under design review too, so pulling up dirt and putting in pavement could be a change of the site feature. So I'm not sure the comments were made if it's like, don't do anything for design review and just the site. I don't see that you can fully separate the two with that site feature unless you
Rather-
separate, like, if you were to grant approval for the building and site changes minus the penthouse, if there's any way those two pieces are linked, unless they have approval, they can't do that penthouse. So that
Right.
is,
So really pull that out.
well, yes, but
Right.
that is a risk the applicant's taking. Like, they could do this work, they don't have approval to do that penthouse. So if there's something that's intertwined, you know, that is the risk of the applicant. In this case, they're saying they're separate. So I think it's really up to you guys and what you're comfortable with.
I'm comfortable doing a partial approval, holding back the design reviews. And Kylie, in addition to exploring color and fabric, I'm interested in how much this
Yeah.
thing can move laterally.
Yep. I think that the feedback was good. I am trying to figure out how we're going to show it, but I'm working on it.
Okay. But Caroline, you just said we shouldn't necessarily.
Ford, are you saying just not approving the penthouse or approving any of the design review components?
To me, it's cleaner to exclude the penthouse and grant the rest of the
So
approval.
design review and site plan review for everything else except for the penthouse is what you're saying? Okay.
And then would they need to resubmit for the penthouse?
I think you
it's
could table
pulled out?
that, and work that into, you know, somehow work it in, put a condition, we table, or this approval does not include the addition of the penthouse as presented.
Okay.
That portion of the application review will be tabled upon a site walk to be held by the board, or something,
Looks like Ford's writing something.
something to that. I think if
Some language
you,
for it?
if you did want to do that, you would also want to review the findings, because I believe there are references in these findings to the penthouse, so you would want to strike that if you're not intending to take action on that tonight.
Okay.
Lynn's hand is back
Okay,
up.
yeah, Lynn, go ahead.
Does that mean they have to wait till the next board meeting for that approval
For the penthouse.
for the penthouse? So they can't bring us a new rendering showing new color, new placement at the sidewalk? No, it has to come back to a formal
Right, that
meeting.
needs to be at the board.
They could.
We could
show
present
that, but
options.
You can't, you have to talk about it in the boardroom so that the public has the opportunity to participate in the process.
That's what I thought, but
Okay. Are the folks online okay with that approach?
yes.
Okay. Okay, I will entertain a motion.
Okay, so I'm going to suggest that we do this by keeping, I'll sort this out when I'm reading it, but
Okay.
keep the proposed motion intact as typed, but have a new subparagraph 1, which will say, these approvals specifically exclude review or approval of the penthouse mechanical enclosure, and any references to it in the findings will be stricken.
Is that okay?
Yeah, I think maybe just need to note the one on the roof, in case
There's only one
Yeah, okay,
penthouse.
no, it's fine.
Do we, do we also need to say that we're tabling that so it's still alive, so it's not a new submittal?
I mean, it's not approved, so we can say it specifically.
Yeah, Todd's point is,
Right,
then
so
you
it's
can
not-
continue that one piece of the application. They don't have to submit all the
And it's-
paper
this
you got
again,
before you
correct.
tonight.
Just update.
And then I think
Yeah.
you'd want to note in there, table it till after a site walk's held.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's the desire of the board.
Can you read this again now?
Yeah. If these, so I would be adding a new subparagraph 1 and then pushing everything else down by a number. These approvals specifically exclude review or approval of the penthouse mechanical enclosure, which is specifically tabled, and any reference to the penthouse mechanical enclosure will be stricken from the findings of fact.
That sound okay? Any comments from those online? Does that sound okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right, I will entertain a motion that must be read in full because we're in hybrid mode. And I think the town attorney has suggested that we read them in full moving forward. Sorry,
You ready for a motion?
I'm ready.
Moved as follows. Be it ordered that the Freeport Project Review Board approve the printed findings of fact, design review certificate, and site plan amendment for LL Bean for exterior alterations and site changes at the flagship store at 95 Main Street, Tax Assessor Map 11, Lot 64, ETC, to be built substantially as proposed in plan set dated 7/14/22 and revised through 1/25/23, finding that it meets the standards of the Freeport Design Review Ordinance and the Freeport zoning ordinance with the following conditions of approval. New subparagraph 1. This approval specifically excused review and approval of the penthouse mechanical enclosure, which is specifically tabled, and any findings in any reference in the findings of fact to the penthouse mechanical enclosure shall be stricken. Subparagraph 2, this approval incorporates by reference all supporting plans that amend the previously approved plans submitted by the applicant and the representatives at the project review board meetings and hearings on the subject application to the extent that they're not in conflict with other stated conditions. 3, prior to any site work associated with the approval and prior to the issuance of any building permits, the applicant shall do the following. A, establish a performance guarantee and amount to cover the cost of all site work associated with the project, to be reviewed and approved by the town engineer in a form acceptable to the town attorney. Performance guarantee shall cover the cost of all site work, including but not limited to erosion control, drainage, landscaping, walkways, parking areas, etc., along with performance guarantee, a non-refundable administrative fee at the rate established by the Freeport Town Council shall be paid. B, establish an escrow account in the amount to be decided to cover the cost of plan review and inspections of the site improvements by the town. C, the developer have a pre-construction meeting with the town staff. D, applicant enter in a new maintenance agreement for stormwater management system with the town of Freeport to be recorded in the Cumberland County Registry of Deeds. E, the applicant obtain any applicable permits from the town code enforcement officer. And finally, F, the applicant obtain any any applicable permits from the Freeport Department of Public Works.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Todd. Is there any additional discussion on the motion? Nope. Okay, we'll start with those on Zoom. Roll call vote. Donahue?
Yes.
Hamlin?
Aye.
Take that as a yes. Montleone?
Yes, sorry.
It's okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yankee?
Yes.
Berger?
No, sorry.
Reiki?
Yes.
Blanchard, yes.
When would you guys like to do a site walk? Would you like to hold it prior to the next meeting, or would you like to schedule it in between? We would need to notify all abutters within 200 feet, just like we did today, so we need about at least a week.
Let's do it ASAP.
Yeah, I would say as soon as possible, if we can, if that works for everybody.
Okay, I can tentatively, do you want to do, last time you did a site walk, we held it in the morning. Would you prefer to do the morning, or Linda's giving me looks, or would you prefer
I'll
to
bring
do
you a
it
coffee this time, Linda.
later in the day?
I'm good with morning.
Morning's good.
Good,
Online, anybody? Thoughts?
good.
Yeah,
Morning, please.
So we're going for
Yeah,
morning?
Morning.
I am out of the office next week, so I couldn't join you. I don't know if other people have conflicts for that week. We could schedule something the week of the 27th.
Okay.
Good.
Okay.
You want to try for Monday, the 27th do you want to do 8:30 again, or do you want to do 9?
That's fine by me.
8:30 is fine.
Does that work for the applicant? So that would be Monday, February 27th at, sorry, what time do you do, Gran?
8:30?
At 8:30 a.m. And I'll put an advertised location for starting the walk. I'll coordinate with the applicant to find a good safe spot that we can start the walk. And I'll put that on the public notice.
Okay.
Thank you very much. We
All right.
appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, the next item on our agenda, we're going to go out of order. So we're going to take 12 Maple Avenue, design review certificate next, as long as the applicant is here. Okay, is that okay? Do you mind going next? Okay. Thanks. Thank you. Sure, if you'd like to go to the microphone, but we'll let Caroline give us a summary of the application, and then if you've got anything to add, you can.
Oh, okay.
Okay? Go ahead, Caroline, thanks.
So the applicant came in for a building permit. The code officer flagged it because they're in design review. They were proposing to add solar panels to a roof. We went by and it is visible, although it's on the further back portions, you could still see it from the road. So under the current ordinance, they would need to come in. We don't specifically have a standard that addresses solar panels. However, we have had other applications in the past come in to put solar panels on various roofs, and the board has considered that request. So the applicant's here before you tonight. There was a good aerial photo included in the submission. It's their roof-mounted panels. They're only going to be on portions of the structure, as noted, kind of the back L, and then on a section of the past garage. The applicant is here to answer questions. And I'm just going to ask if anyone's in the hallway talking that they move down so people in the room can hear. Thank you, Andy. So that sums it up. Rosemary can
Okay.
answer anything that
You
I
got
left
anything
out.
to add to what Caroline just provided?
Well, I hope just how Freeport is trying to get us off oil, and solar is an option that we should be looking at, and that's what I'm pleading for.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
We'll start with those on Zoom. Any questions from board members on Zoom?
No.
Done for me.
Okay. For those in the room, any questions from board members? No. I have a question. It's for Caroline, though. Are there other buildings within design review that have solar panels?
Yeah, so the first one that comes to mind, or visible that I drive by, would be Wilbur's on Lower Main Street, the orange building across from the pumpkin colored, across from Pet Pantry. They have them. And then not that long ago, within the past couple of years, the board approved some solar panels for Wilbur's Candy on Bow Street. They have that mixed-use building. I think this is something that we flagged on the list of things when we update the design standards that we need to figure out as a community how we want to address based upon things we want to encourage.
Right. Okay. Great. All right. If there are no other questions, we can open it up to public comment. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak on this application? We'll start with those online.
You do not have any hands up from the board or members of the public online.
Okay. And are there any members of the public in this room that wish to speak on this application? No? Okay. I will entertain a motion.
There we go.
Getting there. I'll make the motion.
Okay. Thank you, Linda.
Be it ordered that the Freeport Project Review Board approve the printed findings of fact and design review certificate for Rosemary Burwell for exterior alterations at 12 Maple Avenue, Tax Assessor Map 12, Lot 44, to be substantially as proposed, application dated 2/03/2023, finding that it meets the standards of Freeport Design Review Ordinance with the following conditions of approval. 1. This approval incorporates by reference all supporting plans that amend the previously approved plans submitted by the applicant and their representative at Project Review Board meetings and hearings on the subject application to the extent that they are not in conflict with other stated conditions. 2. Prior to any construction, the applicant obtain a building permit from the Freeport Codes Enforcement Officer.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Thank you, Todd. Roll call vote. We'll start with those on Zoom. Donahue?
Yes.
Hamlin?
Yes.
Montleone?
Yes.
Yankee?
Yes.
Berger?
Yes?
Reike?
Yes.
Blanchard? Yes. It's unanimous. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item on our agenda tonight is the Freeport Village Apartments multiple family dwelling, and I will turn it over to Caroline.
Okay, so first, a few housekeeping things. We've been talking about this project for quite a while now. The board held a conceptual review, held a site walk, had a second conceptual review. They conducted preliminary subdivision review and held a public hearing on the entire project at the last meeting. The board had been giving comments previously. Since the last meeting in December, you've received a lot of public comment on this application. I think in excess of 60 pages of letter as represented in the room tonight. So you were sent that in your packets or via email prior to the meeting. I did have some comments trickle in today. Anything that came in today was out before you tonight, and there were comments over on the table for the public. Also before you tonight, you had an updated recording plat. You know, the ordinance says we need to require things. We asked for some clarification on the wording for the corner pins that they needed to know. And then as we work on kind of improving our process and clarity, there were two notes that we asked them to add to your note 11, which notes that a subdivision plan for this type of subdivision would be good for 2 years, per the exact wording of the ordinance. And then also to note that this project before you tonight requires 3 separate reviews with independent standards by the board. To streamline our process, we have one board that does all 3, and we do them at the same time. So the 3 things that this project requires is a design review certificate based upon the standards in the design review ordinance, a site plan approval for the use as a multifamily dwelling per the standards of section 602 of the zoning ordinance, and then they're requesting final subdivision approval. In this case, it's for a major subdivision under the standards of the subdivision ordinance. As with any projects or the other projects you did tonight, for the board to make a decision, you have to demonstrate based upon the application and information submitted by the applicant, whether or not they have demonstrated that the standards have met. I think, you know, it's a tough job for the board because you've got a lot of public comment. You have very specific standards before you, and that is what you need to consider tonight. You got a lot of public feedback. You can take that into consideration as it pertains to the standards, but your decision tonight has to be considering the standards in front of you, those three sets of standards in front of you. So walking through, again, they're here before you tonight for final approval. You did have the public hearing at the last meeting, but your practice is to always take public comment. You already noted tonight when you choose to take public comment when there's not a public hearing, you can opt to set a time limit. So just to clarify why that was done for the public. So this is a subdivision. It did not require any open space. We looked at, or the board looked at the layout of the lot in the past to determine that the general layout from a subdivision perspective was the same. Overall, the plans remain relatively the same from the last meeting. You know, originally the applicant came in with one building with a larger footprint. They shrunk it down into two buildings with less overall footprint based upon feedback at the board meeting and from the public. That general layout stays the same. Each footprint's around 4,600 square feet. They're still proposing 14 one-bedrooms and 16 two-bedroom units. There is no net residential density requirement per dwelling unit. In this case, they have 0.40 of an acre of buildable land, and there's, again, no limit, so they could propose the number of units they wanted as long as it works with all the other standards. Upon review, it seems like it meets the space and bulk standards of the zoning ordinance with regards to setbacks, building heights, underlying uses. Again, we have the design review, which is an additional set of standard in the subdivision. They do plan to connect to public utilities. There were capacity letters from both Maine Water and the Freeport Sewer District. As you know, with all subdivisions, unless a waiver is granted, the utilities have to be underground servicing the subdivision. They did show that on the plan sheet. They did include a lighting plan to demonstrate that they meet the standards of the ordinance and to show that they will be using full cutoff fixtures. The site is located in an urban impaired watershed. They did have stormwater management and erosion control plans prepared and submitted. They were reviewed by the town engineer. His final comments were included in a memo. He does feel like they meet the standards for stormwater. They don't trigger any additional permitting from the Maine DEP. The board and the town engineer did ask for information on traffic and circulation. There was a traffic report included in the submission, which gave you an analysis of the site conditions and the trips that would be generated. Based upon the size and nature of the proposed use, they aren't triggering any traffic movement permits from the Maine DOT. They do need a driveway entrance permit. There's a couple of curb cuts on the property now. They're proposing to not use the Main Street entrance. They would go to solely off an entrance off of Depot Street. They are proposing a one-way circulation. They would come in on Depot Street. They did go to the town council, as we discussed at a past meeting, to see if they could get an easement to exit, kind of like the past commercial use on that had approval for, over the town hall property. The town hall exit actually goes down the hill and connects to Depot Street. So that's what they have a conditional easement for from the council. There is a draft condition today before you in the draft motion that executing that easement be done before certificate of occupancy. That just for interest, that easement is conditional on the project and the use as proposed. They would also need to wait till they actually have possession of the property to execute that easement with the town. Pedestrian connections to the building are provided with a set of walkways that connect to the existing sidewalks on Main Street. They are proposing 33 parking spaces on site. They are proposing private parking, meaning they could sign it for tenants of this use only. The new parking requirement would be 1 space per unit. They actually are a little in excess of that. They have 33 spaces. And then the building design. Overall, generally speaking, the building design is relatively the same. They've made some adjustments, and they've called out a lot of materials. They also put some additional information at the request of the board in the packet of the height and length of other nearby buildings, and the photo renderings that you requested a couple meetings ago were also included in this. The plan still incorporates the open space between the building with the interconnected walkways, and it does also include the corner park. I'll let the applicant go into details on those things. Again, this is the major subdivision, and they're requesting final approval of the 3 different levels of review. The other 2 kind of random facts, they did include in their submission a letter from Maine Historic Preservation Commission, which is required for subdivision, stating that the proposed undertaking won't have an effect on historic properties. And then there's been talk about vegetation in the stone wall. They do show the location of the stone wall, what parts they're going to retain and what parts they're going to repair. On the plan sheet, they did include in the submission at the request of the board a letter from Davy Tree Company about the large tree on West Street. It was the opinion of Davy Tree Company that even if they left that tree there during construction, that tree probably wouldn't survive. A new landscaping plan has been included in the packet. Before you tonight, you have some draft findings for the board for consideration and deliberation. You know, as with the other 2 projects, these are your findings. I know there's a lot of different opinions. Those are just there as a guide. You don't have to use them. I encourage you to look at them very carefully and alter them as you feel appropriate to reflect whatever decision you want to make. You have a draft motion before you that's on bright yellow paper, so you don't lose it in the shuffle. Because of the amount of interest and discussion and complexity of this project, you have 3 motions before you. You're not going to be happy with me because if you decide to read them, they're really long with repetitive conditions. So you have a motion for site plan, you have a motion for subdivision, and then you have a motion for design review. You have a lot of people here, I'm guessing, want to comment tonight, so enough from me. If you get to the point where you want to make motions, before you get into that, we'll want to look at the 3 different ordinances in the way that you guys need to be making the motions.
Sure. And just to add, the 3 proposed motions is based on a conversation that Caroline and I had with the town attorney, just because, like she said, the complexity of the issue, and because the appeals process for each different level of review is different. So just something to consider.
So we have to approve, we have to make the motion and approve each one individually?
Separately. That's right. That's right. And we will do that at the end once again, you know, we've had public comment. So with that, we'll turn it over to the applicant for any additional comments.
Thank you.
Did you press the HDMI one?
I pressed the one that says floor. Is my 2 or 3?
Oh, I hear them coming. Tech support. Here we go.
Just give it 1 second.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Paul Peck. I'm with LWS Development. I'm also an attorney at Drummond & Drummond in Portland. I live in North Yarmouth, and thank you for your time tonight. It's been about a year and a half since I started looking at the site in next door, and my interest was piqued due to the vision plan that was being formulated at that time that showed a huge interest in town for housing down in the village. And that got me very interested. I've always loved Freeport. I've shopped here quite a bit and eaten here quite a bit and with my family. And I like suburban infill development. I've done some of that in Yarmouth. I've done that in Portland. And I really like that type of development, a walkable neighborhood. And I know that the vision plan had the aspirations of the town to have housing downtown, to transform the town a little bit from retail to normal downtown with residents and different shopping options and arts and entertainment and food, and that's why I got interested in the lot. I also examined the zoning ordinances and found that the lot would support what we wanted to do with a 3-story multifamily building or buildings, and that got me interested. So about a year ago, I put the lot under contract, and about 8 months ago, I think we had our first hearing. We came with our first design, and I don't think we appreciated enough the design criteria. The board, it didn't go over well, our design. We did model it after some of the vision plan renderings for our site and other sites, in the fact that it called for street walls and significant development on the site, and that's where we started. We found very quickly that the board and the residents didn't like that design, so we pivoted. We met with staff, we toured the town with staff, we did a lot of brainstorming. We worked with your consultants, actually, the principal group on design. Obviously, our architects and our engineers were heavily involved. We analyzed the design review standards and came up with a new design that we thought fit with the town's architecture, federal and colonial architecture, and that's what we have now. The scale that the zoning ordinance allows, up to 45 feet, we're at 32 feet, but the scale is what's important to a project, an infill development, unless you want it to be strictly luxury. It's hard to build urban infill without some scale, because the numbers just don't work. So we felt comfortable with the scale and the zoning, and we worked with the design review criteria and really came up with what we thought was going to be a good design. Right now on the board and out front, you see what this town used to have for housing. There was a significant number of apartments and residences downtown, populated by residents, and those were 3-story, very similar buildings that we're building, maybe not as much architectural articulation, but plenty. And they're 3-story walk-ups. That's what most towns in Maine were populated with, and that's when downtowns were populated by residents. There were many 3-story flat tops, and that's what the design we came up with. That picture itself is probably in the vision plan. I think that's where we first saw it. Out in the hall, there's lots more pictures of 3-story flat tops. So it's very historically correct type of construction for this town and design for this town. So we didn't do well the first hearing. So we heard the board, we heard the residents, and we came back with some new designs. And we added, instead, other than changing the architecture, we actually broke up the scale of the buildings and having 2 buildings, significant green space, garden-style apartments or condominiums, whatever we decide or how the market accepts them. We provided for a pocket park on the corner of West Street and Main Street, which we thought would relate well to the community, and also if the town decided to develop the fire station lot into a public square as envisioned in the vision plan. So we thought those two would relate well together, and if the public square doesn't happen, we still have a nice pocket park that everybody can enjoy to some degree. You know, it's going to be open to the public and easement to the public. The design that we have, we're providing 14 ground floor apartments, which will be very suitable for elderly residents, very accessible to them. What's happening around the state and probably around the country is that as we age, we stay in our houses longer. And one of the reasons we stay in our houses longer is because we have nowhere else to go. We have nowhere else in town to go. We want to stay in our towns. So I think by having these 14 ground floor, 1 bedroom apartments or condominiums, that'll give residents a chance to downsize but stay within the community. And we're excited about that. We like providing that. We worked with the town on our traffic circulation. The town offered up ideas about sharing of driveways, and that's something the town has done with other properties, and we embraced that, and the council voted in favor of that a couple weeks ago, and it's conditional on these approvals, of course. So we're going to We've really reduced our impact on the roads by having a one-way circulation. Our traffic study found that there was a negligible impact on traffic in town, 30 units. It was really significantly small impact to the town on a traffic standpoint. We're really proud of our design. It's really hard to build housing in Maine, given the economic environment and given the political environment of trying to get some scale and build something in the downtowns of our town. It's really hard. This process has been challenging, but I think what we have now through your guidance and through staff's guidance and through our architects and engineers is a I'm very proud of the project, I'm proud of the architecture, and I think it'll blend well with the town over time, that's pretty much all I have. We have with us today, we have our engineer, Eric Duby of Trillium, who's going to be speaking next, and then our architect, Patrick Booth of Woodhull in Portland, who's been with us the whole time. Both of them have, and they've worked with staff, they've worked with your consultants, and they've really worked really hard and made a lot of changes to make this project acceptable and comply with the zoning and the design criteria. So I think Eric's going to go next. Thank you.
So Eric Duby, project engineer, civil site for the project, Trillium Engineering. And I also want to make mention that Tony Coles, landscape architect, is here as well. So if we have any questions on some of the landscaping and things like that, happy to answer those. So the existing site plan that we're showing on C100, I know Caroline and Paul covered some of this stuff, but of course, when we started this project, Paul entered into agreements, and this is what exists on the site now. But a few years ago, there were two existing buildings there, 2.5-story buildings that were demolished some years ago. And what's essentially left, and there was some fill that was put in place, but what's essentially left is the paved parking area that's adjacent to the site. We also have the dried-laid stone walls that are on the site, and we have some ledge outcrops, especially on West Street, and a little bit of wetland and then drainage area that comes from the town parking area. So that's essentially where the site is as it exists today. Next slide, please. So as we've talked about, we've got two 4,500 square foot buildings that we're essentially that are shown adjacent to Main Street with the parking in the rear. And the existing sidewalk is to remain on both Main Street and on West Street. The entrance is approximately 165 feet from the Main Street intersection. And we're also just talking with traffic with the one-way entering the site. We're because we don't want traffic to stack up, as we know, that comes from Depot Street. We want to make sure that we're going to stripe that so people don't block the entrance. We'll put appropriate signage, don't block driveways, so people that are coming in and taking a left turn into our site don't get blocked out. So we feel that's very important, and the traffic engineer talked about that too. The ledge outcrop, the existing ledge outcrop that we talked about, which is basically on the lower part of the proposed building, that's in this area. We're planning on leaving that because they're essentially ground slab buildings. The grade drops off from Main Street to the back parking lot, so we can build up and then fill to a slab on grade area and then be able to go up from there. So we really want to leave that ledge. We can pin the footings to any footing structure to that ledge and maintain that ledge appearance on that. If there are pieces that need to go out, we're not going to blast. We're going to take care and then use a hole ram and be able to remove those pieces. We talked about 30 parking spaces. We've got pull-in spaces off to the right. The lane that we're talking about is about 16 feet wide. We've got a pull-off to the left and then an additional parking with handicap and a ramp off to the rear of the proposed buildings. The current slope of the site comes from the town parking area and basically drains all the way down towards West Street. We do have some storage, underground stormwater storage, and that we're collecting. and in these areas, and then we have some treatment areas that we've shown to be able to treat this because we're draining into an urban impaired watershed. So we've talked with the town engineer and made sure that we've dealt with that issue. Because of the tight grading on the site, we've got a small retaining wall that's down on the corner of our site, and then the only other thing that we've got trash removal, so it's easy for trash trucks to be able to come in and be able to go in with recycle and also regular trash at the top of the site, which is up in this area right here. So, that's really it as far as, I'm sorry. And then the last thing, we talked about this, underground utilities. Caroline covered that. We are connecting out to Main Street. We've worked with those utility companies, so underground utilities, that's going to connect below Main Street, and water specifically, and sewer. Electrical is going to come from an existing pole that's down near the entrance to our site. So that's it from an engineering standpoint.
Great.
We still have our board members.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm Patrick Booth, architect with Woodhall, formerly Caleb Johnson Studio. So I'll do a presentation just showing some of the history of the project and also how we've addressed all the pertinent ordinances with the project itself. And so just to give a little background to our entire design process for this project. So with this project, you kind of look at several things when you start design, particularly the zoning. That's language is black and white, like how much height the building could be, lot coverage, and so forth like that. There's also in Freeport the design review ordinances, which also have similar qualities to them, but they're a bit more subjective, so they're not as defined as saying it's 45 feet, but it's more about having things be visually compatible with adjacent buildings and so forth, particularly the ones that have historic value. And then also we look at if a town has a vision plan. In this case, Freeport recently adopted by town council their downtown vision plan, which when we first came to the board in July of 2022, we took great emphasis on that, thinking that would be the most forward-thinking thing that we could provide for the town. And granted, when we did that, we had some commentary that we then pivoted on design that Paul alluded to. But just to give a quick background, the downtown visioning process for the downtown vision plan was a tremendous exercise with the public, with stakeholders, with a great planning firm. And so what it was to capture what the vision for the future of Freeport should be and what could be. A lot of things about talking about walkability, about a downtown for all, making it so that it's inclusive and really embracing the kind of mixed use and vibrancy of a lot of Maine downtowns have. A lot of imagery such as historic buildings at the Freeport Square and things that have continued to keep Freeport being the great town that it is, including some visionary diagrams of what town squares or new construction might look like. So this site specifically is on the vision plan, and this is what it shows. It actually shows two rather sizable buildings that really create a street wall. It creates the same kind of street wall effect you have closer to LL Bean, where the buildings are up close to the sidewalk. It invites the best walkability and essentially slowing of traffic, so it's more pedestrian friendly and less vehicular centric. And so on our first pass, we tried to do something like that. We developed street walls, and we wanted to maximize housing for people. That was also part of the vision plan, and it was pretty dense, and we recognized we had some feedback about it was too large of a project to scale. It was a bit abrasive, maybe when entering the town, for example. And the architecture itself was a bit too modern for what they're looking for with the guidelines of design. So we listened, and what we did was we revisited everything. we came back to drawing board, and 2 months later, we came back to a concept plan that shows us pencil rendering on the left of two buildings that are more in the federal colonial style, which is the predominant architectural style of the buildings in Freeport itself, the downtown district. And then 2 months later, after approval of that concept, we went to a preliminary design meeting with the board and the public, and then that was then approved back in November 2022. So we're here for the third time with the new design for final approval as part of the step in the process. And just going back to that original slide I showed you in that corner from the vision plan, these are the two buildings in the property versus that, and you can see essentially how much smaller we are than what the vision plan is. So the point being only that we're trying to find the nice balance of seeing what the proper future would be for maintaining that sustainable growth that is healthy and happy for a city in the future, town in the future. So the black and white things, the zoning ordinances. So the major elements of the zoning would be setbacks. These are all met. The side setback is 15 feet or greater from West Street. The height itself, the building is actually 13 feet less than what the zoning allows. That was mostly in part to recognizing the scale component of the design standards. Imperviousness is about 20% less than the max allowed, and there's more parking spaces than what zoning allows as well. And so this is the new site plan, and this one is different than what Eric had showed. This is the landscape plan. And so I know there's been questions and comments about, there are beautiful trees along oak trees on Main Street and on West Street. And unfortunately, just the size of the crown doesn't allow for them to survive after this construction. And so what we are proposing instead is to install actually, I think, it seems to be about 9 or so large format trees and then other smaller shrubberies and other plantings in and around the site. You can see all the circles around show the extensive landscaping that is incorporated into the project itself. So the subjective things, the things that why everyone is here, is that as in addition to zoning, there's design review ordinances for the town of Freeport. There's 9 criteria that all have descriptive language about what that is, but nothing is set in stone about what exactly that is. It's more about having design professionals take stock of the neighborhood and look at what is appropriate in that context of where the site is located. So the 3 things that are probably most of interest to the people here tonight is scale of the building, height, and possibly roof shapes. We've read all the letters and so forth, and we've earnestly done our best to make sure that we balance that within the design ordinances language and also with the interest of the project's viability as well. So the first one being scale. So looking at scale first, we look at the area from above in a site plan, and these are a couple of diagrams that we prepared after our first meeting when the board asked us to go back and revisit design standards more concretely. The one on the far left is what we call a figure ground diagram. It just shows what's building, what's land. I think that the point here on that far left diagram, it would be kind of hard to point out if you didn't have the street labels where our new buildings might be. In case you're not quite sure, it's these buildings right here. And so in terms of footprint area of the fire station, the other buildings around, that these are not, if anything, they're actually smaller than a lot of the footprints of buildings around the area. Just to give a bit of context with that. The second diagram in the middle talks about building heights around, and so most of the buildings are 2 stories or 2.5 stories, but there are some peppering of 3-story buildings in and around the area. And then also, of course, some 1-story buildings, all a part of a vibrant downtown. They have a mixing of heights and stories in the neighborhood. The last diagram on the far right just takes inventory of the Type A and Type B classified buildings of the historic stock in the neighboring area. That is used from our standpoint to study those to see what are defining characteristics of those buildings so that we can apply that in our design process, what be a successful building that fits in with that character. This next diagram, we didn't have this at the last meeting, and it was requested from us. And we think it is very helpful because we didn't We didn't take the time to do the study ourselves, so we appreciate that. But what we did learn from this is that our building is in the upper left corner. That's proposed. It's 32 feet tall. And these are simplified diagrams of the buildings facing Main Street, their front facade. And so I know there's concern about 3 stories or the 32 feet, but take into account the context and when you have the roof pitches incorporated as well, the 30 feet is within, this is the dash line of the 30 feet for all these other buildings nearby. And that diagram on the far left.
If you go up to point, do you mind grabbing the microphone?
Oh, sorry.
Yep. Is it on? Okay, thanks.
It's a little hard to see, but these are our buildings, and so these are the buildings that are here, down across, further down Main Street and also above. So we took all the buildings that are within probably 500 feet or so of the building itself to do that study. So again, someone went out to the field and used a laser measure to get eave heights and then estimated some of the pitches, because you can't quite get those exactly, but those were all accurate within probably 1 foot of the actual dimensions of the height. And so outside of those elements about scale and height, there are studies about the town character. And so when we came back in September, we did these diagrams where we studied all the nearby type A and B buildings and took inventory of things that we felt was defining characteristics of them that were could be influential in design. So we saw a lot of bays with pitched roofs on them. We, of course, clapboard siding, which is ubiquitous to New England architecture. Corner boards that are wide, articulation of entries showing prominence towards other entries to the building. This one across the street, catty corner. There's always, in federal colonial architecture, it's always very, everything's very aligned to each other. Everything's very kind of simple. It's much more simple than the more ornate type of architecture. And so that's something that we also wanted to incorporate into design as well. Also, there's a lot of use of stone walls in a lot of the buildings around town, and so thankfully there's a nice dry-laid stone wall on the site already, and so we plan to keep that wall. It would get moved a little closer to the street, but that will be also part of incorporation to the design. So just more diagrams of different things that we pointed out, more bay windows. Even when there's a hip roof, for example, the eave, most of the time the eaves come forward to the street so that there's a flat line across the front versus the gable facing the street, for example, which is kind of another way to help lower scale, similar to what we're looking to do with this building with a flat roof. Let's see, anything else of note here? Some interesting moments when there's a change of material on the ground floor, which is a common thing with a change of foundation material, whether it be stone or brick. And so we alluded to that with our change of material in our building as well. Window details are also very important, having nice true wood casings around, or at least wider casings around the windows themselves, and real sills where there's not a frame below, but there's actually like a projecting piece of wood that has water allowed to drip off. So that's a common historical detail that sometimes is cheapened in architecture that we have included in our design as well. Another nice detail on the church and also on Depot Street is that there's some incorporation of these nice shadow lines on the second floor, just give a little cast of light interest. And so that's also been incorporated into the design that we have in front of you today, and some other more buildings. So we took that into consideration, and you've seen the renderings before, but we've also took stock to take the buildings from the important view corridors, stepping back on, and these are photo montages. We just had the rendering in the upper left corner when we last came. That was back in November. So I believe it was Ford who asked us to do a new rendering that showed more context in the building. So we added this one. You can see it was recent because of snow on the ground, and so we can have a little more understanding of what the building was like in context with the entry into Freeport, and also verify the height of the traffic pole in relation to our photo montage rendering, so that is also accurate within a foot of height of its actual appearance. And so these are renderings closer up to the building, so you can kind of start appreciating some of the detail of the decisions that we're looking forward. The suggestion of the pocket park in the foreground at the corner of Main Street and West Street, simply just a little nod to public space. It's the streets themselves don't come at a 90-degree angle, so it allows for a nice opportunity to do something special there. And so that was what we had decided to do there. We thought it was a great nod to the town itself. And then also the buildings, I think the next rendering is probably really helpful about this, is that there's a lot of nice open space between buildings that when we had that street wall, it was probably more aggressive than what was palpable, especially in context review of the open space of the buildings. So we broke that up, allowed this 30-foot breadth of airspace between the buildings, allows more light into the courtyard space, and so there's a sidewalk going back to the parking lot, so it allows more free access of people going to the apartments itself, but also if they're parking there when they decide to run the store, they're just walking through a nice vegetated courtyard to get to Main Street, for example. We also have, there's 4 front doors actually facing Main Street, because those goes directly into someone's apartment, which is a nice feature to have to kind of encourage walkability. Sometimes you have an apartment where you have to, even though there's a walk-up street, you have to walk into a lobby, and then you make your way through a corridor to your apartment. But here you can actually just walk straight out onto Main Street if you were so desired, which we think is important to help keep that vibrancy up. There wasn't many balconies that we saw, at least on Main Street, so we didn't incorporate that, but we did incorporate those bay windows that we thought were elegant, but also help break down that scale and adds a nice detailing and prominence to the building itself from the view from the public. So the balconies themselves are along the courtyard and also along the back and sides of the buildings. Otherwise, we have some wider board. This is all fiber cement, so it's much more sturdy than vinyl, for example. And so this showing that kind of articulated base that you might see in classic architecture. And then and 2 stories of clapboard siding, then ending in a nice historically detailed type of cornice that has a thin profile at the top, but still having some refinement that recesses back into the primary building. This is a view coming up West Street towards Main, and this is just showing how we're keeping the ledge outcropping that's there, and how the bay window elements still continue around the side so that it kind of completes that corner around Main and West Street. So these are some of the 2D elevations. I know you can't really read the text, but it all talks about all the different types of materials and the details that have been incorporated into design that are all referential to kind of classical architecture of the neighborhood. This is just a diagram. It's a little washed out, but it uses the same kind of the things that we learned from other buildings incorporate into this in a more of a annotated, illustrative way. These are just the rear elevations. So like I said, the balconies in the backs, they don't distract from the kind of more prominent elevation along Main Street. This is just an elevation from the courtyard side where people could, for the people who live on the 2nd and 3rd floor, they'd make their way to this door in the middle from the courtyard to make their way to the stair to go to their residences. There's been questions about a flat roof. Why a flat roof? Well, one thing is really about keeping the scale down, because if you were to put a pitched roof on this, the building just gets taller, and so the flat roof was akin to that. But flat roofs are a very common thing for New England architecture as well, especially when it comes to 3-story apartment type buildings and residences. Obviously, there's some images of how Freeport used to be in that square, but even how it is now with flat roof buildings at that corner. And so it's, in addition to its the ability to keep scale down, it also allows for mechanical equipment to be up on the roof, but then not be visible from the public way, because we'll have parapets along the side that helps obscure that visibility. You see, those are just some sightline diagrams so you can kind of illustrate what it would be like, so that so each unit will be using heat pumps, and so it's part of the developer's interest, Paul's interest, to do all electric fired devices. So there's not going to be fossil fuels used in this property. It's all electric. So the heat pumps are up there, and also the flat roof does make it much easier to incorporate solar panels for the future. Also, not being visible from the public way, taking away from any potential character interest of the town. And so just for people's knowledge here as well, that we do have floor plans. Like Paul had said, that we have 7 units on the ground floor, all 1 bedrooms, allowed for ease of use for those aging in place or those looking to have a smaller, more, a starter type living situation to keep costs down and so forth. And then on the floors above, they're all 2 bedrooms, so suitable for smaller families, but also for someone who might want to have an office along with a bedroom and work in downtown Freeport. So providing a nice variety of housing types that are very nice in the sense that they're all focused towards the corner. They're all focused towards their view of Freeport. You can see the living, dining room spaces are all towards the corner, and there's bay rooms. And so the idea being that you're really you're part of the town, and that's what this building's all about. It's just being a part of living in downtown Freeport, which is something that I think a lot of people would be really excited about. And so I think with that slide is the last that I have, and so hopefully that helps articulate the entire process for us from when we started 7-8 months ago to where we're at now, and how we put earnest effort into to even listening to the board from the first comments, making a lot of changes, and really going a deeper dive into studying design guidelines so that what we present to the board and to the town is something that you can appreciate and support, because what we are ultimately doing is trying to provide housing that can be within means of most people to be able to live in downtown Freeport. So, thank you.
Thanks. All right, we will open it up to the board for comment, and like we've done for past reviews on this project, we'll go through each level of review separately, starting with site plan, and we'll open it up to those online first. So, Zoomers,
Can you press that button to switch back?
any questions or comments for the applicant with regard to site plan?
On the side of the TV? Does it say HDMI 2 maybe?
If I can, Guy, I'd like to defer my comments and questions until after having the chance to hear the public comment that's available tonight.
Okay. Jason or Lynn, any comments on site plan?
I do not have any questions on site plan. I think it's all been articulated and discussed with clarity in the past.
Okay. Thank you.
Agree.
Okay.
Agree.
Those in the room, any questions or comments with regard to site plan?
Just clarification.
Sure.
So when we're talking site plan, we're talking about under section 413, village commercial, under space standards, is that what we're defining?
Those would come under, the zoning ordinance provisions as they relate to section 602, the site plans criteria.
Okay. Maybe I don't have that one in front of me, so.
You can see those standards kind of starting in the staff report on page 13. The bold text are the 602 standards that you do your findings off of.
Okay, come around again.
Okay, any others? Site plan questions, comments? No. Okay, just for you, Linda.
Okay. Gotta give me a second here.
Do you want me to read through the list of headings for you? Or?
Are they're the ones that are 602 F1?
Yes, yeah, preservation of landscape, relation of buildings to the environment,
Okay,
stormwater, all those.
all right. I mean, I didn't take my notes set up this way, so I'm trying to recoup here. All right, I have a question. I think this is the problem. I have a question on the parking spaces, but I'm not sure this is the right place for it.
Yes.
Okay. So when, and I don't have that page open, but where they have the entrance in from West Street, they have parking spaces that start immediately at the entrance. And I'm concerned from a safety standpoint, if that first one, maybe two parking spaces that come in diagonally are dangerous for vehicle ingress, not egress, and possible people that might be walking, because there's so much close proximity to that drive entrance without a lot of turn space or move space. So I don't have that referenced here. It's one of these pages.
Shows on sheet.
I think it's C 101.
Yeah, 101 shows
Yeah,
it.
101 shows it.
So it looks like, maybe I'm just seeing it wrong, that the first of the spaces is directly once you get in, but I may be missing that one. I mean, that may not be the one I'm thinking of, but I am talking about that first one or two spaces that seem to be a little bit close, if not dangerous. Are we going to be back and forth, or
Yeah, I mean,
answer,
feel free
question,
to ask
answer?
the applicant the question, so I guess.
All right.
So your,
Question.
so your concern is the fact of the first angled space as you enter the site to the right could be an issue with people backing out and people trying to pull in at the same time.
Yeah, and because of this first space on the left, you know, I don't know turning radiuses, but with today's giant cars and trucks and SUVs and everything else, I'm concerned that these, you know, two spaces on the right and maybe this first space on the left are too close, and that's a possible hazard for people and/or cars.
Sure. So there's a couple things on that. One of them is the fact that, when you do one-way, essentially one-way travel, you want the angled parking spaces, so that's why we've done the angled parking spaces. And then in this case here, we've got 16 feet, which is appropriate for that width that we're talking about. That's what's noted on that travel lane. We worked that out with town engineer and also the traffic engineer about that. I can tell you practically, that space that you're talking about, it's going to be the last one to be used on site. Doesn't mean it's not going to be used, but practically it's going to be the last one to be used. I wouldn't park there unless I absolutely had to.
So
But you
you're
do have.
seeing a hazardous situation possibly.
No, that's not what I'm saying. No, I'm saying if I had the choice, I wouldn't. But if I didn't, then you have enough room to back out without going into the sidewalk and then being able to pull out from there. So.
Okay, I mean,
So-
it's not just space to space, car to car, it's also someone turning in to the complex and
Sure.
possibly, crossing with whoever might be coming in and out of a space.
Yeah, but that could happen at any of those angled parking spaces or the next parking space beyond that too. So the reality is that, someone that backs out of those beginning spaces are going to have to pay attention and then be able to pull out on that, so.
So my bottom line is, if that is something that those spaces should be not included, at least the first one, that's really where I'm kind of getting down to that point, as a thought to the
You
group.
said the driveway is 16 feet across. What is the depth of the driveway from West Street to the parking area?
The depth of the driveway, and we don't have that up right now, but the depth of the driveway coming in is,
20 feet.
I believe it's approximately around 18 feet.
Okay, so there's enough space for a car
There's
to
enough
sit and wait
space,
in
yeah.
that area if they had to. Good.
I know, Paul, yeah. So, yes, so there is enough room. But, I mean, Linda's point is if somebody's trying to take a left-hand turn as somebody's pulling out, then that person's going to have to wait in that striped section, which is what we're saying is blocked out. I'm going to say the chances of that is very low that's going to happen in that situation, so. I mean, we've talked with the traffic engineer, and we've also, met with the town engineer and didn't have an issue with that, to answer your question.
Yeah. Although I didn't really read the whole traffic report, I have to admit.
Yep,
But,
understandable.
I assume the traffic report is more concerned with traffic on West Street and coming in and, not coming out of the building, but going in and turning left and right from West Street, not necessarily looking at internally on the site with the cars. you
Yeah,
know,
not in our case. Our traffic engineer also likes to look at the turning radiuses, as you're talking about, lane widths, to make sure the site is going to operate appropriately.
Okay, I'm not going to prolong it, I just throwing it out there as a thought, okay? And eventually I'll get to my next question. The question that I have also, tell me if I'm in the right place, is the easement for the exiting. I know I happen to have listened to the town council meeting during that section, so I know there was an approval for that easement, I understand that. If you did not do the easement as it's suggested, and there was some indication that, oh, maybe you decide not to, in that town council discussion, I'm not saying that's what you're saying to us, but I would like to make sure that that easement is done the way you are suggesting, the way it's been written through the town council, because I'm concerned that if for some reason you change your mind and you don't activate the easement the way it's written, there's this whole in and out plan with the spaces here, to me, does not work whatsoever without rethinking what you're going to be doing. Making this a two-way, I would say, with this plan, you'd have to totally revise things, and I certainly wouldn't want to go forward and give an approval for start of, and I understand where we are, but to start the work, and then at some point decide we don't want to activate the easement. So right now, we have in our document, and I think I'm not sure which thing it goes under, but it says no CO. A CO to me means you've already done your construction, you've done your work, everything is there, and at the final moment, then the decision is to sign the easement, and if it says, nah, we don't want to do that anymore, you have to kind of, I'm not saying you are or you're not. I see your head shaking.
Well, it sounds like you are a little bit.
No, I'm not
That's why I'm
saying,
asking.
what I'm saying is, in our writing of the findings, or actually of the motion, that we're saying the easement, you don't get the CO unless you have signed the easement. And I would say the easement should be signed in advance of any work signing before there's, permits given.
I was going to clarify procedure. So if they were to go two-way, they would need 24 feet of the width. They wouldn't be able to do it with the 16, so they would have to amend their site plan.
Right.
They'd have to come back to whatever the proper site plan amendment. They can't just switch it here. They wouldn't have the aisle width. They would be out of compliance with what you're approving. They'd get a notice of violation. So they'd have to come in for a site plan amendment to show they could meet the standards, which would be wider.
Well, and like I've said, I don't believe in letting things happen after the fact or not putting things in the beginning.
You could,
I'm just talking about those two sentences in the approvals in the motion that I would, when we get to that, I would like to suggest that we change that word.
And the easement is on the recording plan, too.
Mm-hmm. But it's not signed yet.
To answer your, right, they don't own the property yet. Like most applicants, they come in with purchase and sale. If you get to the point of looking at a motion for a site plan, you could do that. They can't sign it until they get approvals from you guys for the council conditions until they own the property. But it doesn't have to be a certificate of occupancy. You could definitely tweak that.
Yeah, so that's
I think
just
was
a
your
heads up.
concern. Yeah.
I did have one other question, but it has to do with the, I'm trying to decide which question I'm going to ask. These buildings are walk-ups. There's no elevator shaft shown on any of the plans. So if that's how it is, that's what you're doing. If you were considering, or there hasn't been shown that there's an elevator, then the utility or the elevator, or I don't know what you call the thing at the top, would probably have to be a penthouse shown or something at the top. So I think that has to be looked at or discussed at least at some point before we finish. So I did notice that.
So we're not proposing, I'll let Patrick talk to this. We're not proposing elevators at this point. We have walk-ups. We have 88 units that are on the ground floor, accessible, which is essentially what we're showing on that. typically, and I think we just saw it in the Yellow Bean presentation, when you do have elevators, they usually have to pop up about 3 feet above roof. So, so that's why you have that 3-foot height, so. What's that?
That's fine.
Yeah.
Any other?
I'm sure I will later.
Okay, no problem. None others on site plan. We'll proceed to subdivision, starting with those on Zoom. Any questions or comments with regard to subdivision?
No. No.
Okay. For those board members in the room, any questions or comments with regard to subdivision?
Design review only.
Okay, Ford, I got you. This is your moment. All right, then we'll move on to design review, and we'll start with those on Zoom once again. If there are any questions or comments with regard to the design review ordinance.
You have a hand up from Lynn.
Okay, go ahead, Lynn.
Okay. I didn't find page numbers, but on the slides or the visuals that were the renderings that were given to us, can you go to 3 of 8? It's the one that's entitled Main Street View Corridor Renderings. It's got the 4 vantage points. Can you put that up?
Mm-hmm. This one, correct?
Is this the right one, Lynn?
Yes, that's it. Okay, in looking at the view coming up west towards Maine, there's nice vegetation that screens a lot of the bulk of the building. In looking at the lower right, which shows the southern route down Maine, the existing trees by Town Hall, again, provides nice screening. But when I look at the 2 on the top, right and left, there's none of the screening that I had hoped to see. And so then let's move down to the next slide, which is 4 of 8. You have your little corner with the dog and the people sitting, and there's vegetation there. But all along the front of the building, all of that vegetation is very low. And I understand there's not a lot of space for a full-grown tree. However, I would request and hope that possibly you could do something like stands of birches, if you even go to the next slide, which is the flat-on view. That huge white expanse between the, between the doorways, let's say, on the ground floor. I had hoped to see a tree there, something, whether it's dwarf apples or something to break up the white. That's the longest view to the public, whether they're driving by or walking on the other side of the street. And to have it barren is not what I personally had hoped to see. I was hoping there'd be some sort of vertical vegetation that could break up the 2 corners of each building, and that white expanse between the 2 doors with the jut outs above them. And that could go a long way to breaking up the block look that people have been concerned about, and just put the whole thing in better perspective, as do those other views from coming up west and going north.
Just to pause for a second, landscaping would come under site review?
I think it could tie into.
Both?
I think it could tie in to design review.
Okay.
You have relations to the environment, which has building or open space, and then you have the landscaping.
All right, just wanted to
Site
clarify.
features. Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay, Lynn, keep going.
But if the landscaper is there, I'm wondering, is at the meeting, I'm hoping he can address some way to accomplish what I'm saying, because the courtyard is looking nice, the side is looking nice from both directions, and then you get the front on and the view from the south that makes the building look large, flat, and a block. So I'm hoping the landscape designer can address some of that.
Yeah, the applicant's landscape architect is here, so he's going to respond to you.
Thank you.
Tony Coles, landscape architect for the project. Thanks for your comment. Yeah, I think just to reiterate what you said, we do have some street trees along West Street that start to create a rhythm, and I think will start to provide some cover and some canopy over the years. As currently designed, there'll be 2.5 to 3 inch caliper, which is sort of an industry standard. So they won't be overwhelming to the building, but in a few years as they grow, they will start to provide that kind of cover or that screening that you were just talking about. So it gets a little bit more challenging, I think, on Main Street, given the fact that we don't have a whole lot of space between the front of the building and the curb on the street. You know, we have a sidewalk out there, we have some plants, we have a small stone wall there. There's just frankly not enough space for a tree there. We are showing some shrubs in front of the units, as you can see. And if you'll notice, between the two buildings, we have tried to sort of ameliorate some of that or help with those scale issues by putting in a couple of street trees there to identify exactly what it is you're speaking about there. So I hope that answers your question.
You have a follow-up question?
My understanding, Tony, is that all the large trees on West Street and Main Street are coming down because of the construction.
That's correct.
Can you go to your graphic that shows the elevation on West Street
Yes.
So I mean, there'll be no, just to manage expectations, there'll be no trees during construction. You're going to plant some.
That's correct.
My question to you is how many years between 2.5 calipers going in and the elevations that you're showing on the West Street side?
Sure, it's a good question. So
that's not the one I meant the graphic, the elevation.
The
rendering.
So how many years between 2.5 inch caliper and those depicted?
Yeah, I'd say, you have to be able to render these in a way that you think is accurate, right? And at what time period do you do that? And so I'd say that's probably representing a tree that's probably been in place for about 3 to 4 years. So a 2.5 to 3 inch caliper tree is measured, at diameter at breast height. So it's a pretty good sized tree when it goes in. It's probably 16 feet tall, something like that, when it goes in. Trees will normally grow, once they're established, they're going to start to grow a couple feet a year, and then, of course, those canopies are going to get wider, and eventually they'll start to provide the kind of screening long-term. Those trees that are there are probably 75, 80 years old, if not more. But it's going to take a long time for them to provide that amount of canopy, which is not what we're looking for. We're just looking for some sort of cover on West Street there. Thanks. I think you'll see that probably in 3 to 5 years. You'll see a pretty significant tree there.
Thanks.
Yeah. Go ahead, Lynn. Any other questions?
You're on mute, Lynn.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, thank you. Those trees you're talking about providing great canopy are different, and I think those are absolutely necessary. But on your main street where you don't have the space, could not something like stands of birches that provide, twinkling leaves in the spring, in the summer,
sure,
go in some way soften the front of the building on Main?
So the answer is you probably could put something in there. I don't think I would recommend it. You need sight lines as traffic comes down the street. I think that's important from a safety perspective. There's just simply not enough room there to get a sizable tree in there that would soften, your words, the architecture adequately. And there is vegetation in front of the, both in front of the units and in front of the walls. So I think it is a vegetated street zone. It just doesn't happen that there's enough room in there to get in any trees, quite frankly.
It does look like on the landscape plan that there are a couple of red oak trees that are in that middle zone on the street side. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah. And we do have setback issues in there too. So, there's really not a whole lot of room in between that, between that stone wall and the front of the unit. There's just not enough space in there in front of the units to put in trees. But as you can see, they are there in front of the courtyard. That's right. But they're recessed more from the road.
No? Sorry. Len, did you have any other questions with regard to design review?
No.
Okay. Jason, Jim?
I do have one question that has to do with the West Street facade. I'll start with the Main Street because it's very clear what the order of things is with the materials on Main Street, between the shiplap at the base, and then the 4-inch clapboard at the body, and then the trim work at the cap or the cornice of the building. When that progresses to the West Street side and grade starts to drop away, there does appear to be an exposed material that's below the base material, between the ground and the base. And I wanted to ask what that is. And before you answer, I also want to use the question to make a point that one of the things that's going to be really important about this project to prevent it from looking like a cookie cutter approach to housing, which is one of the criticisms of this typology, and I think this project specifically, is that there really has to be, in order for it to be successful, there has to be a material authenticity and integrity to the details in the way that it actually gets constructed. And so that's really going to depend upon the developer's commitment to doing that and what the architect puts on paper and what the contractor includes in their spreadsheet. Many of those things are out of our control from the project review board standpoint. But I do think it's going to be, in order to be well regarded as a project upon completion, it needs to have that level of authenticity and integrity.
Okay. That was Jason, right?
Yes.
Thank you, Jason. Yeah, so to answer your first question, yeah, as the grade drops to the back, there is the concrete foundation is exposed, but what we're doing is providing a vegetated screen wall there, so that provides more softness to that area, so that you're not seeing the blunting of a foundation wall there. So that's indicated on the elevations as well. And I wholeheartedly believe and agree with your statement about authenticity. That's something that I think that we mainers are all about, that we want authentic buildings. It's about being authentic self. And so there's a reason why there's not plastic on the side of this building. That's really what in my mind makes cookie cutter type apartment buildings. This is using materials that are solid materials that are mitered correctly, so you don't see a little flappy shadow line on a corner board. These come together like how wood comes together with a miter board. I mean, those are sort of details that make a building look thoughtful, makes it look like it's firm. It doesn't feel cheap. That's part of one of the materiality things that go through these details. And it's also, thankfully, it's also within the design ordinance. So it's something that the town has taken great effort to make sure that there's authenticity for these projects. And when it comes to the cookie cutter comment of the building, I would just say that all those buildings in Freeport, downtown, their apartments are also boxes that are decorated in a sense. And the reason why is because it's economical to make housing affordable for people to build it as a box like that in a sense. But what we also then do is to not have it be sterile. We give it some life by having these nice details that are ubiquitous to New England architecture, with the way a real windowsill is supposed to be there, and not how like I mentioned before, a picture frame below that doesn't actually do anything to shed water. Like, these are details that we've incorporated into design to show its authenticity. So I thank you for saying that, because it's sometimes hard to see that at renderings that are this far away. But I think what you'll see and appreciate when you're walking down Main Street and you are 10 feet away from someone's porch that you wave hi to when you walk by, that you can see the quality and care that this building and the materials will last over years, and that it's not going to be a cracked piece of vinyl that comes someone's footstep here in 6 years or something that doesn't get maintained. This is something that will be a nice, well-constructed building suitable for the downtown here.
Did I understand you say the trim's going to be wood?
When I said wood, I correct myself. It's going to be fiber cement, but it's wood in the sense that it's not going to be like plastic. It's going to be fiber cement, just like the siding, so that it's firm, but it's the width of what traditional wood casing is. Because if it was wood, it would just make more maintenance over time. The fiber cement would allow for the historical widths of those casings, but then allow not to have to paint it as much if it was wood. So if it was wood, it'd probably be painted every 10 years or so, but 5% it can last 20, 30 years, and so it just helps with maintenance and keeps it looking nice for longer.
How about the mortises, the cornices and the moldings and the trim?
Those will likely also be made, those will probably be made of plywood back boxes and then maybe trimmed out in fiber cement as well. It just depends upon what available sheet materials. We haven't gone to that level of detail yet, but it would also be of a durable material that would also be low maintenance.
This is a question for Caroline. Do we often ask for more details on the trim, the doors?
When you do, you'd go off whatever they showed on their renderings. If it wasn't detailed enough and you needed that additional information to make your decision, then you could request that of the applicant. Needs to be clear what they're proposing and what you're approving under the standards. They did have a lot of detail on the black and white sheets, the small print. You could look at that and see if what you're concerned about's there.
Okay.
Or they could walk you through it.
Jason, did you have any other questions?
The only other question I had has to do with if there are vents that will be coming through the wall for dryers, other mechanical devices. Doesn't show in any renderings. They have a way of cropping up in these buildings, and they have a way of looking bad. So I want to understand that.
So they wouldn't be on Main Street for sure. We'd probably locate, if there were, it would depend upon, we haven't selected if we're using, condensing dryers and so forth, which don't need to have exterior exhaust, for example. So yeah, we didn't, that's, it takes time to put together these renderings and to go to the refinement of having all the dryer exhausts shown on there. It's just a little time consuming and for us, but we would place those in a way that would be suitable for the building, and also just in a not especially on the main view corridors. Essentially, that's something that's always important to Paul, and that's something how we would approach the design.
And I think the West Street facade also would qualify as being of that level of importance.
So what's nice about them, if it were, we would keep it as as innocuous as possible. It would be a dryer vent that might be painted the same color as the clapboard, and it would be the same height as the adjacent clapboard, and it's in a hood vent, for example. So it would be to basically disappear as much as possible versus some less ideal things. But at the same time, we haven't gone to the level of the actual appliance selections of the dryers, for example, but they could also be in a lot of historic projects that I work on where they really do limit the amount of exterior penetrations that we use we use condensing dryers, but sometimes people have complaints about the time it takes to dry their clothes with those. So, it's kind of a bit of a give and take about giving a good product that someone will enjoy versus getting it, well exhausted. It's more costly to go up through the roof, for example, and so that's how we would approach it in general.
That's the end of my questions.
Okay, thanks, Jason. And Jim, you're holding off on questions for now?
Yes, sir.
Oh.
Sorry for that delay there, but yeah, if I can, I'd like to, again, defer until after I have the opportunity to comment.
All right. Okay, we'll turn over to the folks in the room.
I have two clarification questions, not specific to the sections we're talking about, but clarification. I don't know who said this. One of you guys, when you were presenting, said that you weren't sure whether it was condos or rentals. And I thought your first iteration, you were talking about condos, but then you changed it to be rentals. And I know when we've done things before, if it's condos, we need to have as part of the application, the condo documents, and I don't know what, I don't think we would need anything like that if it's just rentals, but it was mentioned, maybe.
Yeah, I guess we're looking at all our options. We're looking at apartments, we're looking at condos. It's going through subdivision, so we're looking at maybe even mixing up affordable within one building and market rate apartments in another building. We're looking at all our options. I wasn't aware that we needed anything more if we did condos.
Yeah, if you switch to a condo format, there'd be legal documents that you need to submit and we need to have reviewed. But if you made a change, I think that could come back to the board in whatever
Yeah.
format it had to at that point in time.
Happy, whatever we have to do, we will do.
Okay, just clarifying, as I said. The other comment, clarification, I don't also remember who said this, but you were talking about the space, the entrance between the two buildings, or the spacing between the two buildings, and they mentioned 30 feet, and I thought on the plans it was 18 feet spacing. Maybe I'm miscalculating.
I believe it's 30 feet. It's not 18 feet. 18 feet would be too close because you would have to rate the walls, fire rate the walls when they're less than 20 feet apart, and so it wouldn't be any closer to that anyway for that reason.
So could it be 20 feet? Because when I was trying to look at the plans and use your scale and all, I thought I saw 20 feet for most of them, for that area.
Well, I guess I don't.
Well, they show at least 16 feet of linear PVC.
Yeah, so this is
And beyond that, yeah.
this bar right here is 30 feet.
Yeah.
My pinky. So,
Wait, I don't know which plane you're on.
oh, let me get in there.
Landscape plan.
Not that one, the one right next, over here.
Oh, this thing works?
I think so, he came in and turned it
I
off.
can't see what the
Oh,
number
okay.
is on the
Well,
plan.
hopefully they can hear me. But so this is a graphic scale, and so this is 10 feet, 10 feet, 10 feet. So this whole bar is 30 feet. So if I take my fingers, it's 30 feet apart. So 30 feet is a good dimension for making sure that everyone in those apartments have great access to light and air. Once you get into like 20 feet, you start getting shadows cast, and the units on the lower levels get darker for longer. So 30 feet is kind of a, since the space allows it on the site, that, and also keeping that scale down to pull them apart as far as possible was part of our goal. And so you can see it's tight to the setback on top. And then so we just pulled it 30 feet, giving it a softened addressment of Main and West Street, and also helps deal with the acute angle that's happening at Main and West as well.
I don't know if Lynn has a hand up or not.
I do.
Okay, go ahead, Lynn.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry, I just have to go back to the trees one more time, and I may have to duck out of here at some point. So I wanted to say that there's been a lot of emphasis on building stone walls. But as I look at your elevations, it looks like your vegetation, your low vegetation, will in fact ostensibly be covering the stone wall. So it's not as if you're going to be looking at a beautiful stone wall as a standalone. You're putting vegetation all along the street. And I'd just like to say my vote would be to, particularly in between the middle of each of those buildings, remove the stone wall and put a nice tree in there. They do it in New York. They manage to be able to see down the roads. And I just think this needs help on Main Street. And that's all I'll say. Thank you.
Can we address that?
We need to address that.
Yeah, you could.
Lynn, did you say you were going to leave the meeting?
I may have to. How are you? Is this going on?
Oh, we're going to be here, Lynn.
One thing that's, oh, you go ahead.
What were you going to say?
Well, there's a procedural oddity in the design review certificate. A design review certificate passes automatically unless there are 4 votes against it. And there are 7 of us present, and so with 7 of us present, it would be majority rule. If you leave, it is not majority rule. It is 4 votes negative are needed, or it automatically passes. It's a very unusual thing in our zoning ordinance, so hopefully you can stick around.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Can I take one
Yeah,
quickie?
Linda, keep going with
one
your
quick one.
questions. Yes, go ahead, please.
This is just a technicality, but on the, oh, now I lost it, the C, the sheets that have the room layout, the apartment layout, the first floor schematic plan, doesn't have a number on it that I see, but it says those first floor units, which you had said were going to be 1-bedroom units, on this plan, they are just stated as 2-bedroom. I think it's obviously a technicality to be fixed, but, you know, the plan should say what they are. So
Sorry, could you say that again?
on
Oh, yeah.
first floor schematic plan of the buildings, you show the south building here, as opposed to the second floor schematic, okay? The first floor schematic is all your 1-bedrooms.
Right, they're all 1-bedrooms. That's a typo.
It's a technical, you know.
Just floor plans aren't typical as part of this, as I understand. We kind of put it together quickly just to make sure that
So that,
you
I
had
just
something to
wanted
look
to
at.
note that, that should be adjusted, I would assume, to be correct.
Okay, thanks. Any other design review questions?
I'm done for now.
Okay. Todd, do you have any questions, thoughts?
I would like to see more detail on the authenticity portion, on the windows, the trim, doorways, the exterior in general, the details, more than these. These are 20,000 feet out for me. Because I think that this is, if this goes forward, this is going to be so close that those details are going to jump out at people. And I think those details are going to be very emphasized. So that's one. And I don't think you can get to it with the materials that we have so far, unless I'm missing something.
Well, I would say that the notes are pretty detailed about what they consist of, everything of the individual pieces of that. Granted, we're also it takes a lot of time to get to a construction document set to have a level of details that show like all the things at that kind of minutia level, and so we're just also being protective of the client's cost investment for a project that obviously has some questions about that. So it's challenging to say that we would to spend the time to get that. All I would say that there's a lot of written notes to talk about exactly what we're looking to put into the building itself, and the sizes of the elements and what they are, and I guess I don't know how much of our word is for it, but that's all of our practice is about authenticity and doing details that are appropriate for people living in Maine and especially the ones walking by on the street, to make sure that the building is of known high quality. So.
I don't, but if you've used the word authenticity a number of times, and the building we're in is, I would think, is built with authenticity, and it's wood and it's brick and it's real stone, and I don't think any of, are there any natural elements or elements that are in the outside of this building that are going to be in that building?
So the building's going to be framed of wood. It's going to have so we could make the building wood on the outside. It's going to be more expensive and it's going to have more maintenance over time. So it's the idea being that to my opinion, it's as long as the building looks durable and it has a durable material and it's not like vinyl that has different profiles than it does for for fiber cement. I mean, a painted fiber cement is essentially the same look and feel as wood, and it has more durability and low maintenance over time, and so it's something that's important in order to keep costs down for the house, for the project in general. Because what we're also doing is thinking the thing whole picture about how we can keep the rents essentially as low as they could be for the building, because construction is expensive. If we were to, I mean, we do a lot of beautiful homes, for example, that have much higher budgets to do that, and it's just not practical to do a lot of that nowadays. And so we recognize that there are still good alternatives that are better than the cheap stuff, that are still good and appropriate for expressing like a quality of construction that is suitable for the neighborhood that's in. And so there might not be actual cedar clapboards on the side because it's much more expensive, but also just harder to source and harder to maintain over time. But there is.
I'm just trying to understand. I'm truly just trying to picture. I pictured like the buildings in by India Street that have gone up, or on Route 1 in Falmouth that have gone up, and I don't regard those as authentic materials. So I'm trying to understand how these would be different than those. Is there going to be PVC or AZEK on these buildings?
There might be some for areas that have really high water. So like the sills, for example, might be PVC because of the fact that water will sit on a sill for a long time, water and snow and ice. And so if you build that out of wood, it would just rot pretty quickly. If it was built even out of fiber cement, it would peel away the paint quicker. And so you start seeing that. Whereas PVC, so there are instances where you do want to use plastic because it's just the responsible thing to do, but not to put it, not to make a big plastic box, for example, is something that we wouldn't think is the responsible thing to do, and that's part of the authenticity. You have, if you had the much cheaper way to build these windows is just have one of those little vinyl J channels around that. But that's not what's going on here. We're building 3.5-inch, casings and trim around the window that are, allude to how windows were cased and trimmed out for, 150 years in the neighborhood. There are, details that show how the corner boards are the right thickness, and the corner board sticks out past the clapboard so that they die into the corner board, and then there's like a shadow line right there in reveal. So, granted, these are all the details that we would have in a full-blown construction document set, which will, certainly occur.
But I understand that and I appreciate that. And I also, I see the notes up there, and I guess, again, because the detail is so important on this, that's something that would help me out a lot, is to see a lot more of that detail. I'm not so concerned about what the material is, it's what it looks like. And whether it be the soffits, the windows, the doorways, all of that, just how does it all come together, the details. And it doesn't need to necessarily be, the whole side of the building, but pick one section of the building and what does it look like up close and personal. Are there renderings? Are there pictures from catalogs that could be shared with us that this is what it looks like? These are the windows that we're talking about using. Because a small miss on a lot of these could add up to a big mess.
You're requesting cut sheets of the proposed materials, windows,
or
etc.
examples,
okay.
Something.
Yeah.
So I just want to clarify, there's a lot of materials noted on here, and there's a lot of widths, and they've taken time to show certain details. So if you were to approve what's here tonight, they have to be using the materials where noted as noted, and the widths noted. It's very specific. I mean, they need to show the roof the same shape. So clapboard for 4 inches, cementitious siding, 8-inch shiplap sided, painting to match.
Right, but what's the window?
Clipboard.
What's the window trim look like? Is kind of what I'm trying to get at. Those sort of details.
So I mean, you can look at it and you can see they're going to have to trim it out like they show it here. But what I hear you saying, you need to see.
This is from way beyond. This view is from way beyond the other side of the street.
To be comfortable to understand what they're proposing, you would want to see certain sections kind of blown up to show you closer exactly what that trim detail is going to be, and you feel like you would need that to make a determination on certain standards?
I do, yes.
Is there any indication on the windows on whether they're authentic true divided light or just the electrical
Well,
tape?
no windows built in the last like 50 years are truly divided. There's always a simulated divided thing, and so they might be simulated divided because just how they're. But yeah, that's something that we would want to do. But at the same time, that we also have to have. It's really expensive to build, and so we're just trying to also make sure that we're making these projects also obtainable for people. Not to say that we would certainly propose to do a window that is say aluminum clad and has truly divided light. Simulated divided light versus just like the ones where you have like the grids on the outside the glass, for example. That's certainly what we provide, and if it's requested that is part of it, then that's fine, and that's something that we can make sure it happens. I just know that some of those changes could be like hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I don't know that it is, but I'm saying it can be a lot of money that could really affect the ability for these.
We normally have that type of information, though.
Okay, yeah. If you do, that's I can provide. Anything that is requested about what it is, I'd happily provide a summary of what those are. Certainly it's easier to write it or to zoom in on the model to show what we're showing now versus drafting the details of it. So whatever is useful from the board's perspective to help you feel that that the design is, calibrated to a level that you're comfortable with.
I think I'd need a lot more than just zooming in on this.
Could you mind being more specific just so I can... Because I can, it's just expensive to.
No, I appreciate that, but
for just my time, that's all it is.
But as Ford said, I do recall that we do get those. A lot of times we get cut sheets, and we will get those sort of details of this is what the trim on the window is going to look like.
Yeah, I just can't. I guess there's not a cut sheet of a trim. It'd be like a piece of fiber cement that's or cut to that shape, or flat stock. That's that.
Or
so
it could be photographs from other projects.
Sure,
this is representative of the quality
I mean,
of the detail that we're going to do.
We love getting illustrating the quality and the detailing around our windows. So if it sounds like it's specifically around the windows for one, so we can provide more information on that. I just don't know how to easily.
It's the soffits.
Provide.
It's again, for me, it's.
Yeah, I don't mean to give you a hard time about this, but the more you said authenticity, the more I was looking for it, and I'm not seeing it. So I think for us to have that level of detail would be helpful.
Yeah, that's understood, and happy to provide any information you might have. I just like to think that the detailing that are shown at this level is showing what the intention behind a final set of construction documents will ultimately be, and if there's something in between to help provide you comfort about our approach to those details, we'd be happy to supply that information. Be windows or cut sheets of similar things. I just don't know how. I guess how it might be easiest for you to say that's what is exactly going to be there, because I take a photo of something, but it could change a bit in the design process or availability of materials and how to. I mean, just for general sense.
We routinely get samples of exactly what the door product is, exactly what the window product is, and there are certain products that we would not think are adequate quality.
Okay.
And we usually have that input.
So you're confusing me a little bit. I'm not going to lie. So I hear you saying material cut sheets. They've noted a lot of material, but if you need to see cut sheets, I think that's something they can provide. They have drawings. I think, they're specifically designed this to trim windows out a certain way, to make them go on a wild goose chase of buildings in Maine to get a picture of that exact thing is going to be a challenge. So, but Todd, you don't think if they showed zoomed in window, PVC, 3-inch rounded corners, that's not going to...
Well, if they could give me a picture of an example of the window that they're, obviously if they're putting that level of detail in here, that product exists. What does that product look like?
The window product. And then...
Or the fitting of trim, whether it be the cornices, the soffits, what does that look like? That level of detail. Again, This is, what, 12 feet from the road? Less than 10 feet from the sidewalk? So people are going to be seeing this, and those details will matter.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we can do an image that shows, we have a 3D model, we'll zoom into it to show how all the pieces kind of come together, then have like maybe an actual picture of something like that. Would be more cost effective for us to do rather than
Yeah, just the exterior railings, cut sheets on those. What do those look like?
Some of this isn't wholly accurate too, because it's just there's so many limitations to the renderings. Like this is showing as if the frame is black, but it won't be. This would be white here because the trim is all white, and then only the black window is there, and then the sill is white. So it's just there's only so much we can do in this rendering software, but we can happily just take a sliver of that and put more kind of detail into the 3D modeling to show what that looks like, and then show the pictures, and then maybe it's like this sliver, for example. That way you can pick up
exactly.
Maybe that way you can pick up the column that shows the capital that we have in there, the base that we show, the fact that we have
Sorry, guy.
a nice solid here, like it to be wood if we can afford it, and then a light fixture, and then the continuous sill around the bays versus a broken sill. The wide trim board between the two windows, the recessed flat panels with OG sticking likely inside those panels, and then continuing up here, having a hip roof, likely metal at that slope, and the same detailing of the reveal, and also the corners with 3 levels of trim pulling back from the top. These are all the things that are suggested, of course, in this, and we can provide kind of like a more detailed thing that kind of zooms on this.
That would be helpful. That'd be helpful, and also to the railings as well.
These?
Yep, and also the railings on the exterior of the backside. I think there's railings on the ramp as well. That sort of thing. That's it for now.
Are there any questions not about specific details that were not provided to us that you have?
Details on this train? No.
Unrelated to the details question.
Unrelated to the details.
Design review related.
I'm still challenged with scale, and I understand that. I think you've done a very good job of trying to provide reference points for that in town, what exists today, what also the pictures of downtown, further down Bow Street and Main Street of what it looked like in the day, and I don't think it was going to win any prizes then downtown, but it does provide a useful reference point. Just and one of my concerns is, and I'm unsettled on it still, is scale. Does this scale make sense where it is, or would this scale, the height in this scale, make more sense, be more appropriate, a few blocks down or a few buildings down, and maybe not where it is right now. But again, I'm unsettled on that.
Okay.
As a member of the public, can I just say, everyone here is waiting.
I'm sorry, this is out of order. We need to let the board finish, and then we'll turn it over to public comment. We do have a time limit to our meetings, and if we don't reach that, or if we reach that time limit, then we may have to postpone, but I think it would be in everybody's benefit if we continued on past that time, but we'll talk to the board. Okay, thank you. Ford, do you have any additional comments or questions?
I do. We've dropped into a level of detail that was beyond what I thought would happen in our discussion. I'm flatly opposed to this project. The design review ordinance is about scale and appropriateness for your part of town, and I'll get to that in a second. I want to give a couple contextual comments, and when we get into, after we hear public comment and we get into specifics, I will outline my specific reasons why I think 6 of the 9 required standards are not close to being met. What I first want to, I want to point out, because there are a lot of people who are maybe watching this on TV, people in the room who are not familiar with our process. And we've got 3 Zoomers on our board who are not with us tonight. I want them to know the council room is full and there are people sitting in the hall. And for the benefit of folks who aren't routinely sharing this evening with us, when we have a controversial project, we have 3 or 4 people show up. We get 3 or 4 letters. We've received, I think, 60 letters overwhelmingly opposed to this project. So this is an unusual project for us. I also want to make sure people understand, and if anyone disagrees with my interpretation of the standards, please speak up. I've been careful in preparing my comments for tonight. We have a set of, can I keep going?
Yes, you can.
I have
Please
to
proceed.
Keep going, that's your prerogative.
Yeah.
Please proceed.
We have an ordinance, and we don't have any latitude except to enforce the ordinance. The ordinance is written by the council. And until they change, we just have a set of rules. And the design review ordinance, which is one of the 3 that we have to review under here, is all about continuity. This site used to be a farmer's market. We cannot deliberate on whether it should still be public space. Freeport has a housing problem, which is at a high priority that the town's trying to solve. We can't address that under the design review ordinance. We're trying to revitalize Main Street. There was an elaborate town-wide revisioning process. It's got nothing to do with our design review ordinance. Hopefully that will be built into our ordinance structure. So I offer this just for folks to understand the context of what we're up to tonight, and also maybe to fashion, if you only have 2 minutes to speak, understand the rules, understand the areas that we can't delve into. I'd like to outline my opposition to this under the design review ordinance. The design review ordinance is all about continuity, and a building that works 2 blocks from here might not work here. And we'll go through this in detail, but we have to look under the design review ordinance at a building within the context of what's around it. And if there are historic buildings around it, that really governs us on whether a building is compatible. Compatibility appears, I bet, 20 times or more in this 7 or 8 pages that we're dealing with here. It's all about compatibility. So we have to look at what part of town this is in. Main Street, Freeport, in my opinion, starts at this intersection out here. It does not start at Shaw's. It does not start at Sam's or the Public Works Building. This intersection is what we think of as the downtown, downtown Main Street. That's the neighborhood that I think we have to look at when we're deciding whether this building is appropriate in scale and context. Next to that building is this building that we're in. It's an historic structure, but not on the National Register, but clearly it's a traditional building. Across the street is a Cape. Next to us is the beginning of the downtown Freeport Historic District. And it's not something that the town designated. This is designated because it's listed on the National Historic Register of Historic Places. Falmouth doesn't have a national downtown historic district. Yarmouth doesn't, Cumberland doesn't. Brunswick has a small one, we have one, and that is adjacent to this project. And that's the neighborhood that we have to be looking at when we're deciding, is this building, which is so large, consistent with the compatibility that's required under the ordinance. So I'll drop my comments here, but specifically I'll go through it after we hear public comment.
Okay.
If that's okay, Guy.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll reserve any comments as well. That way we'll let the public speak. So at this time, we will open it up to public comment, and we'll start with people in the room. I'm sorry, you down in front on your phone, I think you had the first comment. Are you sure? Yeah. Okay, so when you speak, please go to the microphone. Please state your name and your address. Please speak to what we are considering tonight, which is site plan review, subdivision review, design review. As Ford mentioned, please speak to the ordinance. That's the only thing that we can consider. Things like housing in town and affordability and farmers markets. These are not things that we can consider tonight.
Guy, these are not, these are comments. This is not.
This is a comment period.
Not going back and forth.
That's correct. There are, and if there's any questions for the applicant, please state the question and they'll respond at the end of public comment period. And you have 2 minutes per person.
Try not to duplicate.
And please don't duplicate each other's. Thank you. Go ahead, Ken.
I'll do my best. I'm certain I won't duplicate anybody. First of all, very contentious issue. After this is over...
Name and address.
Oh, sorry. My name is Ken Spart. I live down on South Street. So I actually walk this neighborhood pretty regularly. After this is all over, the bar will be open down the street. We're normally closed tonight, but looking around the room, there's probably people here that could have a beer, and it'll be on me. Okay? I live in this town. I have 2 businesses in this town. I've lived here for a long time. I used to be Sharon's neighbor out off the Litchfield Road. I live in a house that used to be behind LL Bean that was moved many years ago. And I look at that building, and I've lived in 3 flatters in the state of Maine, and these look great to me. They don't look ridiculously out of scale. And I don't think of downtown Freeport as starting at West Street. I mean, you could declare it as such, but that's an opinion thing. And the reason I was raising my hand for it is because I think that there's an idea that everybody here is opposed to this project. I am not, for a lot of reasons. But as far as scale is concerned, I look at that and I don't see anything that's going to jar me after driving past Sam's and the Freeport Cigar and Wine Bar, or whatever that store is down there, right? I see something that a local person is going to take care to make sure that it melds with everything that we have in this town and give us something that we need. So,
thanks.
Good timing.
Impressive.
10 seconds.
Civility, very nice. Chris Grimm, Baldwin Road, Freeport. I may be wrong, but what I heard you say was that this ordinance of continuity, in my opinion, this doesn't fit. Well, that's your opinion. And there are other things that override your opinion about what's here and has been here, and one of them would be economic. We know we need housing. I've listened to clamor say, we can't stay here. We've changed our ordinances because they can't stay here. It's working waterfront. You've got to look at the reality that sometimes you've got something that makes sense to a lot of people for good reasons. You've got a willing, experienced, good reputation developer who's willing to come in here and do this. You wait another 6 months, the Fed's already said they're going to raise rates. How many times in the next 6 months? You make it unaffordable, unbuildable. This is something that can be done now, and you should take that opportunity and meld your opinion, which is part of the ordinance, as I understand it, to fit that, because it would be a lost opportunity. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you. This is a great crowd. You know? My name is Peter Anzuini. I live in South Freeport, on South Freeport Road. I want to thank the folks that are trying to propose something, because the first time they presented this, it looked like a dorm room in Portland on the way to South, University of Southern Maine. Now it's starting to look like Scarborough Downs. So it's a much better rendition than the original one. However, the real bottom line for me, it's really simple. So Maine's income is Maine average income is around $54,000 a year. Freeport's income is around $85,000 a year. So the question that somebody asked, which was, we originally said these were condos, And then we said, oh, now they're apartments. So the question is, in Freeport, there's about 2,500 homes that are over 300,000 and about 1,600 homes that are under 300,000. So 5 years ago, people started talking about there's no place to live in Freeport. What's going on? We need some place to live. So this whole emphasis around building apartments or condos downtown was affordable, right? So think about $85,000 if you're going to pay a quarter of your rent, so your rental has to be a minimum or around $2,000, right? If you're going to build a house and you're going to be building over 300,000 value. So that's not the kind of development that the council asked for 5 years ago when I was part of it. So that's really the conversation you have to think about is what are you really trying to achieve? Are you trying to achieve low-cost housing, or are you trying to achieve high-priced housing?
Thank you. Sorry, your time expired. Thanks. And just keep in mind, everybody, affordability is not a standard that this board can consider.
Members of the board, my name is Clifford Goodall. I served for 12 years on the Permit Review Board, 6 of those as the chair. And what I would like to do this evening is to give some rationale and some institutional memory which supports the approval of these projects, of this project. And the first thing that one sees here is that it's residential. And I need to suggest to you, if you look at the subdivision ordinance and the state subdivision law, criteria 11.9 says that conformity with local ordinances and plans. The proposed subdivision conforms to a duly adopted subdivision ordinance, zoning ordinance, floodplain ordinance, the comprehensive plan, and other ordinances concluded in the municipal code as appropriate. In making the determination, the municipal reviewing authority may interpret those ordinances and plans. So my suggestion to you is that housing and the need for housing is central to the comprehensive planning process. It has been beginning in 1974. When the 1974 comprehensive plan said that the people moving out of the village into the more rural areas was a negative impact on the neighborhoods. And then we go through a variety of different subdivision comprehensive plans, 2 of which I served as chairman of the Comprehensive Planning Committee. In 2004, in 2005, we had a comprehensive planning committee for the village, and we emphasized the importance of housing, and we came up with growth districts. And those growth districts include all the empty lots in the village.
Cliff, I'm sorry that your time's expired. We're limiting it to 2 minutes.
Are you going to let me address also the design review?
I'm sorry, we've got a lot of people.
Yeah, well, I just want to say that Mr. Ford really needs to read the definition of visual compatibility, because anything that's in a design of 1930 and before is to be encouraged.
That's right. Thank you, Cliff.
That's what the board said. That's what the ordinance says.
Thank you.
Cut me off at the knees.
I'm sorry. Any other members of the public? Thank you.
My name is Michelle Peacock. I live on Oak Avenue, and I am lucky enough to live in town. I walk downtown a lot, and I am in favor of this housing project. I think Freeport is essentially an outdoor mall, and any development that isn't retail is important to promote a healthy balance. I think what has been proposed is thoughtfully and beautifully planned, as is, including the parking and the trees and the scale. In fact, I think it should be even bigger. My own grown children can't live here because there isn't enough housing. And here we have a developer who has the means to put a small dent into the lack of inventory. More housing benefits the whole town. Not only do we have a bigger tax base, there would be more local people shopping and eating and working and recreating. We need more people here in a year-round capacity if we're going to foster a successful community. I hope we don't succumb to the NIMBY mentality, and if we don't grow, we stagnate and die as a community. I encourage you to approve this housing project and any others like it that come along. Thank you.
Thanks. Do any other members of the public wish to speak?
Hey, I'm Mary Babakin. I live on Wolf's Neck. And first of all, I just wanted to thank you guys for making such an effort to look at our history and sort of see the details and work them in. There was a lot of talk about scale. Everybody's talking about scale. I think what wasn't addressed was mass, which is part of scale. So you showed diagrams with height, but what you didn't look at was width. And when you're going down Main Street and you just see that huge wall of building, it's very different, like Ford said, to all the buildings that are adjacent to it. The other buildings all have pitched roofs. And it's important as you're entering a town to think about the progress through the town. And Freeport has always been a town that started out as small buildings, and as you got to the center, it got bigger. And so that's where the tall, flat roof buildings are, in the center of town, of our big town. And I think by putting up something big like this at the very beginning changes the whole entrance into our beautiful historic town. That's all.
Any other members of the public that wish to speak? Yep.
Hi, Eric Hofston, 3 Balsam Lane. I just want to I'll be very brief. I just want to say that I am 100% in support of this project. Clearly, it's not about ordinances. They've already proven that this is within everything that needs to be done correctly, and it looks great to me. Honestly, a lot of what I've heard tonight in opposition just seems really, really nitpicky, and I really hope you support it and vote yes, because I would love to see this here. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Kathy Smith. I live on Wolf's Neck. It's very hard for me to get up because I have good friends on all sides of this, and I do need that drink that somebody proposed. I am worried about the scale here. I think that we did have flat roofs, and I think the presentation had the center of town right. That's the way it used to be. There were 3-story flat roofs, but not here. So I think it's in the wrong place. I think we need housing, absolutely need housing, and I think most people in town see that. I just feel this is in the wrong place. So the one thing, you have a letter from me that has my details. The one point I want to make is that I did spend 11 years on the advisory council to the National Trust for Historic Preservation and chair of that board. And I think there's economic value to a village that's historically preserved. The Main Street program of the National Trust has saved small towns all over America. Huge economic benefits to having a place that people that want to come to and they want to live. So I just hope you'll think about that as well. I thank the group that's tried so hard to make this right. I hope there's some kind of compromise. I don't know. Maybe there's some way to make this work. So thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Patrick, can you queue up the width one while I... Oh, my time's already ticking. I was hoping to buy a couple of seconds.
I thought you were
going to
keep
Sure.
Diagram?
The one with the 3 different colors. Yeah, there you go. My name is Candy Mariner, and I was born here in Freeport and have a 50-year history with this great town. And I am so impressed, Patrick and Paul, with the level of detail that you got into in looking at the architectural details in all of these different buildings that we call home. There are flat tops right across the street. There are two. And when we're thinking about scale, I just really feel like it's important. You need the
microphone?
Maybe.
Thanks, Linda.
I just really feel like it's important to point out the absence of some buildings, some historic buildings. One here, which is now a large parking lot, and one here, which used to be the police station. So, in my opinion, these two buildings, as quality as you have designed them with these details, actually help balance and compensate the lack of those buildings. So well done, thank you. And as a parent of a soon-to-be 18-year-old, I want and need housing in this town so my own child can stay here. I also have a very large home that I'm not going to be able to take care of on my own, and I would like to sign up for apartment 3C. Thank you.
Well done. Hello, everybody. My name is Brett Richardson. I'm the Executive Director of the Freeport Economic Development Corporation. And FEDC, as your community economic development organization, follows the goals of the community and works to implement those goals. And through the downtown vision, the top response for folks who participated in surveys was that downtown housing of all price points was the top priority for the town. So I know that that's not part of the design ordinance, but just want to take the opportunity to share that and also thank the development team. As FEDC, we've followed this process, and a lot of work has gone into this to pivot the plan, to respond to the input from the community, and to come out with a great design. So thanks a lot to the development team, and thanks for a great process.
Good evening. My name is Bill Gilman. I live on South Freeport Road. I've been a resident here for 20 years. I wasn't born here. But, in looking at the presentation tonight, I was very impressed with the detail and all of what you've put together and presented. I'm very impressed with it. I did write a letter. I didn't say that I was in opposition to this because I know our town needs housing in the center of town, and I'm all for that. I'm just going to ask a question. Is there a way that the building can be moved and maybe take away 2 or 3 or 4 parking spaces? Apparently I have additional parking spaces. Move it farther back so we can put the trees in front of the building. I think that would add something to the opposition to this, because it's looking not exactly like what the rest of the buildings look like. So that's a question. The other thing, I think that maybe the architect could maybe design, and I know that's a difficult thing to say because you've been back twice already. I don't know. I kind of go back to your question relative to the windows and the doors and that type of trim, and maybe that would help a lot of people agree with what you want to do here. But again, I'm in support of the housing in town, and I think I applaud you for working so hard to get it done. Thank you.
Any other public comment? And if anyone else would like to speak, maybe start lining up so we can sort of get to the microphone a little bit faster. Thank you.
No, you go first, please.
Good evening. My name is Gordon Hamlin. I'm a former member of the Freeport Project Review Board and a 48-year resident of Freeport. While I support the development of affordable housing in downtown Freeport, I strongly believe this project, according to Freeport's design review ordinance, is clearly out of scale with the surrounding buildings, and its design is not compatible with those neighboring buildings in the Freeport downtown historic districts. This particular location is also the southern gateway to downtown Freeport. It is important to maintain a welcoming entrance. I believe we want to retain Freeport's classic, walkable, New England Village look and feel. It is not the responsibility of the Project Review Board to promote more housing in the downtown. Their role is to preserve and maintain the classic look of downtown. Approval of this project would also establish a precedent for more boxy, out-of-scale projects in downtown historic districts. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Kristen DeVoe. I live on Bears Run Road. I'm not fully opposed to any affordable housing in Freeport, but I would like the board to give some consideration, and one thing I didn't hear from the presenters was any consideration to the impact that this has on our schools. Our schools right now are jam-packed with kids. We currently have a classroom that is going on a cart to teach our kids. Our kids are being evaluated in closets because there isn't room. Please consider the impact on our schools. I am in those schools all the time. I'm a sub in the schools. Our classrooms are anywhere from 19 to 25 students in a class in the elementary schools. Please just consider that first. I'm not opposed to the housing, but let's consider our education first and then move on to the housing. Thank you.
Any other comments? Yeah.
Hi, my name's Leslie Graham. I'm on Flying Point Road in Freeport, a relative newcomer to Freeport. I want to applaud the builder and all the folks that have done a lot of due diligence in trying to meet all the needs of the project review boards. I think they've done a great job. They've been back several times. But I also want to echo, and I fully support this project, and I want to echo some of the points that some of the other folks made that are also proponents of this. I agree with the woman earlier that I think the retail outlet model is a dying model, and I think Freeport will be a little bit more about that. More than that, rather. I also agree that we have to be optimistic in pushing Freeport towards the future, because that was the whole objective of the downtown revisioning plan. And I think folks are reacting to the fact that this is just the beginning of something new in town, and have to be open-minded to that, because as you then evolve the downtown revisioning, this may not feel as out of scale. This may not feel as jarring. And I also don't agree with the scale comment, because if I understood correctly from these folks, these are 4,000 square foot, 4,000 square foot buildings. That's not a large building. I mean, that's a large home. It's a rather luxurious home, but in the case of an apartment building, that's fairly small. I also agree with the comment somebody else made with regards to scale, in the fact that it does balance a lot of the empty spaces in town. And I don't necessarily agree with the fact that this particular corner is the gateway to Freeport. I would say it's more of the Public Works building and the fire station as you go over the bridge. So I know it's an easy thing to say that this is our gateway, but it really isn't for most people. It's either the Harris-Seekett on Mallet Drive or the police station when you come into town. At least that's my perspective. But I will echo what someone said about the historic preservation of it, it's very important to keep within the ethos of that we have in Freeport. That's what drew me here. But I think we have to be open-minded about growth forward. Otherwise, we're not going to have a downtown that people are going to want to come to or stay in.
Thank you. Your time's expired. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Joe Migliaccio, Freeport, former planning board, town council for a couple terms, and I was here when we voted on a lot of these ordinances, and I was before the planning board. I was part of the village revisioning thing led by Adam Nappy and some of the crowd and FEDC, and I want to say, but I ran on something in 2007 that said, if we keep dumping money in FEDC and all these initiatives about retail, I'm up there, I'm the youngest person on a council, and I'm like, has anybody seen Amazon? This model's going to go away. Well, we got behind the curve, but I really was impressed with what's been going on in the last couple years about trying to make this a place for the people who live here. And out of convenience, the market's changed, and we have this great opportunity. So I grew up here since I was 13, moved to Freeport from Pawtucket, Rhode Island, and I'll submit an article to the town planner from the New England Historical Society that discusses the comeback of the tenement, which were really great opportunities for immigrant families like ours, like my great-grandfather and others, Italian, Irish, French. And it's funny because coming from Pawtucket, I came here and I saw a lot of the same stuff. We had these big buildings. Layton's was there. Friends of mine lived on the second and third floors. There was the paper store and malt shop on the bottom. So I don't really understand. I got a letter from Mr. Margaret Morfitt and Mr. Gordon and somebody else that talked about how this isn't in compliance. And, a lot of us were always interested. And I haven't heard anything to say this isn't in compliance with what we all approved as a town over like 10 years. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We're past our 9:30 mark. How does the board feel about?
You can't take up new items after
Right, so we
9:30.
continue with this?
30, I would at least continue with public comment,
great.
and then we can evaluate
I
if
was gonna
everyone
say,
can
I
make
suggest
good
moving on
judgment
and
late at
continuing
night.
this. Yeah. Okay, go ahead. Thanks.
Yes, hi. My name is Chris Kelly. I live out on Marquee Road, and I was wondering, could you show us the Main Street view of the buildings, the two buildings side by side? I think it's a nice design. I honestly don't think it belongs here. I think it's so urban. It's so flat. When I'm walking down the sidewalk and I'm going to get coffee or I'm taking my kid across the street or whatever, am I going to look in the front door to see somebody's living room, or is all their stuff going to be outside in front? That's all good. Housing is good. But this isn't the place. I feel like this scale, it's just too much. It looks like something you might see in an old mill town, which is fine, but we're not in a mill town. It's not a mill town kind of a location or environment. And I wanted to ask the architects, if you look at it from the back, from Depot Street, how tall would the building be from the parking lot to the top of the building?
They're not going to respond to you.
Oh, I thought I was supposed to ask them.
You can ask them questions. They'll respond at the end of public
Oh,
comment
I see.
to all
Well,
questions.
it must be like 30 feet plus another 10 or something like that. So coming down Depot Street, look to my right, here's a 40-foot building right there. A couple cars in the 40-foot building. So, and then just quickly, how am I doing? On the housing, of course we need housing. Do we need it right here on Main Street in downtown? I mean, we need it in town or in the area, but right downtown, there's some question, is it going to be a condo? Is it going to be an apartment? Is it going to be an affordable housing? All those scenarios, those haven't been addressed. We don't know the building materials. All the materials would change based on those scenarios. Concerns about the economy, the cost of putting it up. Anyway,
So I couldn't, I'd have to be with Mr. Reiki. I couldn't support it as a resident, so.
Thanks. Do any other members of the public wish to speak on this application? Okay.
Hi, my name's Greg Gardner. I live in South Freeport, been there for 15 years with my wife and kids. But I was born and raised in Brunswick, and when I was a kid, McDonald's came to Freeport, and that was a big deal. And it was a big deal because Freeport said, okay, McDonald's, we're happy to have you, but we're not happy to have these big illuminated plastic, golden arches and your whole thing. And so if you can wrap your head around going into a Victorian house, come ahead and we'll figure that out. And McDonald's did it. To my knowledge, that's the first time they had ever done that. And they did it because little old Freeport, Maine said, yeah, that is not what we are about. We're kind of this village, kind of rural feel. I couldn't disagree more with a lot of the points that have been made with the scale works, it's all legal and this kind of thing. It may well be. You guys have done a nice job presenting. I'm not trying to disparage that. But it absolutely feels imposing. I couldn't agree more with what Ford said about just the feel of this. Surely we can come up with something that we can all agree there's we need to address some housing. Okay. Surely there's some other options. Does it have to be situated right here? I don't remember in the visioning plan ever that the visioning plan contemplated multi-story, 30 housing, high-density residential right hard on Main Street in the village. I thought that was kind of smaller buildings, kind of down away from Main Street. There's got to be alternatives. This feels a lot like what's happening in Falmouth. It feels a lot like what's happening in Yarmouth along Route 1, just the buildings there. It is not in keeping, in my estimation, with the kind of rural, villagey feel that we all kind of know and love, the historic preservation kind of thing to which Ford referred. I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Susan Nurse. I live on Pleasant Hill Road in Freeport. And I cannot imagine how anyone would think that this proposed building complex would satisfy the design guidelines in Freeport's design review document. I am shocked that the proposal has made it to this stage in the process without someone shouting from the rooftops that this proposal is out of scale with the site and the neighborhood. And the scale of the building is first in the list of factors in this design review ordinance to be used for review. The first factor describes how the scale, the sheer mass of the building, can be overpowering. In this case, two buildings overpower the surroundings because they are so big and awkward in relation to the space. In the design review ordinance, there's a reference to neighborhood significance. In this document, it says that a corner lot on a rise as the first to visually introduce a property make it significant in the neighborhood. All three of those apply to 22 Main Street. This property is at a dominant place in the neighborhood, defined by the ordinance, and it's not visually compatible with the neighborhood. I have a vision of downtown Freeport. It comes from my 40 years of living and working in this community. The design review ordinance was developed to protect Freeport from out-of-town, out-of-state consultants and developers who think they know what's good for Freeport. We live here. We will be here when they make their profits and leave. We will have to look at whatever changes are made to the landscape of Freeport's downtown. 40 years ago, a McDonald's building complied with the character established for downtown Freeport. Certainly, the southern gateway to Freeport deserves the same benefit using the appropriate application of the ordinance. I'm expecting that the Project Review Board will use the design review ordinance to maintain the character and charm to Freeport's village. This proposed building complex with its square, tall, flat roof design does not fit with the parameters of that ordinance and is not visually compatible for the downtown
Thank you.
Freeport.
Your time's expired.
I'm shouting from the rooftops. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Andrew Arsenault, guess 64-year resident.
Went to school in second grade here, first grade over there. Saw a lot of buildings torn down in Freeport, a lot of buildings. Somebody said it wasn't a mill town. It was a mill town. My father stepped out in the street from Waterville, 1929, when they were pouring the cement through town. Moved into a place similar to this, right next to DeRoche's. Big 2.5, 3-story building. There was a lot of them on Main Street. That's where people lived when they came to town. My mother's family had been southern end town for years. Saw a lot of changes. Saw a lot of nice houses torn down. They're not coming back. Beans stood there, and it was all right. They owned the buildings, but they tore down all the neighborhood my classmates grew up in. Down on the other side of town, where the pharmacy is, tore down another neighborhood. We put a pharmacy in. Nobody said anything about that flat roof. This is a nice project. I'm in support of it. I don't think the scale is too big. I was on the fire station building when we built a new fire station. I remember Lane Palak, which was on with me. And she came every morning, and the committee couldn't make a decision. And it was great. She looked at it, and she says, you know, if it's pink, in 2 or 3 weeks, we'll be used to it because we'll be living in it. And there's a lot of, and I worked for her when I was a kid, and I couldn't stand it. And then when I was an adult, she was a very wise woman because she ran a great business and she was smart. And this is the same thing. And I'm glad to know that this is the gateway to Freeport, because where I lived down the southern end of town was told we were the gateway to Freeport, so we couldn't have anything. Oh. Then it was Desert Road to the fire station, could not have any retail trade because they were the gateway to Freeport. So the gateway to Freeport means let's stop development. That's what it means. What are we preserving? Places where people can't live? Empty lots? Where are we going to put housing downtown if we don't put it here? Where's the next lot for sale? Where is it? That's my question. Where's the next lot for sale in downtown that we're going to put housing on? I think the scale fits. I think the guy's done a pretty decent job.
Thank you, Andy. Your time's expired.
You're welcome.
I think we can not, use the applause.
God, I'm going to be embarrassed if you don't clap for me. My heart still beats so fast being on this side of the dais. Tawny Whitney, 56 Baldwin Road. I was on the council and for a short amount of time before I realized we needed to do something because Freeport's Main Street was not going to fix itself. They tried for many years and it wasn't coming back. So we started interviewing 13 different consultants. Out of those 13 consultants, they had one solution, all of them. And that solution was, if you want a vibrant downtown, you need housing. This business community that I work very closely with is not as well as it looks. They need residents living downtown. They need people coming here for different reasons. Paul and his team have worked with the town of Freeport. He has been very thoughtful. He has worked with the board, and he's responded to everyone's needs. I fully support this project, and I fully support moving Freeport forward. Thank you.
Any other members of the public that wish to comment on this application?
Caroline left, so we can't do online.
Stop watch.
Excuse me. John Patterson, Flying Point Road. If anybody cares, I've been here 42 years. I used to be on the council, if anybody cares. These are hard hearings. I don't like, the older I get and the longer I live in Freeport, the more I dislike hearings of this sort because we have to get up and express our opinions in opposition to other good people in town, and I just don't like doing it anymore. Quick observations. First of all, I agree with Sue Nurse. I won't repeat everything she had to say. I think her analysis is right. The building's too big and out of scale. If it had a peaked roof, that would be different, but I understand the developer said that that's not economically feasible. So point number two, I don't think it's, how can I say this nicely? I don't think it's fair for the developer to tell us it's not economically feasible without giving us the financial analysis. We can't see it, you can't see it. Maybe with less profit, a different project is financially feasible. We don't know. Finally, with respect to Tawny Whitney's comments, I respect what she has to say, but there are trains meeting in the night. That's not the point. The point is whether it meets design development standards. And I agree with Kathy Smith and Mary Babikian and Sue Nurse, and I'll sit down and shut up. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other members of the public that wish to comment on this application? If not, we'll turn it over to the folks that are waiting online so patiently. Do we have any folks online?
You do. You have Sarah Walsh would like to talk. Okay. Sally, we can hear you.
There's been some very eloquent speeches that I can't top, so I won't address to the exterior designs, but I'd like to go back to one quick comment that was made about how it's 3 stories and there's no elevator. You have chosen by accepting this design not to allow a military veteran who's in a wheelchair to move into the upper floors, a family with a small child who has to carry that child up the stairs, carrying all the other things they want, anybody who is long-term COVID reaction. There's a lot of people you are saying by accepting a non-elevator building with several levels that you do not want them to live in Freeport. If you want people to come to this town, you have to provide for them.
Is that
Yep, I think she's all done. You do have another hand. Do you
okay?
want to comment
Yep.
on
The next
talk
person.
in the room? Loud.
Sorry, what were you saying?
It
Carol?
was kind of harder to hear her with the conversation
Right.
in the room. Next is morphit@me.com.
Yeah, just a sec. Can somebody tell the folks in the hallway to be quiet, please? Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Great. Hi, I'm Margaret Morfin, and I live in Freeport. And I, like the rest of you, I'm really interested in new housing in Freeport, and I'm not even opposed to this particular building design. But I am opposed to this building on this site. It's out of scale, and by that I mean it's too tall, it's too blocky, it's too massive. It will change the feeling of the entrance to town from a village, which I consider an asset, a selling point if you're trying to develop the town, to a suburb, and that's a loss. I understand from a developer's point of view that he needs those 3 stories, even though too tall, in order to be cost effective. But we're really not responsible for his success. We're responsible for the long-term interests of the town. And I think we stand to lose more than we gain by giving up this really important location. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public waiting to speak?
You can go to bed.
Just mute that. I do not see any other hands up on Zoom. If anyone on Zoom wants to talk, they can raise their hand.
Do you need a motion to close discussion?
Nope. It's not a public hearing. Nope. No other hands?
No other hands
Okay.
online.
We'll let the applicant go back up to the podium, and if you have any responses to the questions that were raised by members of the public, feel free to respond. Okay. Then I will turn it over to the board members who are on Zoom if they wish to have any additional questions or comments for the applicant. Jim, maybe?
I think I only have one question for the applicant excuse me, 2 questions to clarify. One, as to the landscape plan, the landscaping plan, can you confirm that it is in fact possible to plant larger plants than the standard 2.5 to 3 inch caliper plants?
Thanks for that comment. It's my understanding you're asking if could that be done? Yes, is the answer. You could plant larger trees if that's your question. Yeah.
Okay. What's the challenge to doing so?
The challenge is really they get kind of difficult to install if they get too much bigger. That's why this is sort of an industry standard. I mean, I think you could probably upsize the caliper of the tree another 1/2 inch and go to a 3 to a 3.5 inch caliper. Anything much bigger than that really becomes quite difficult to manage as far as installation goes. And I'm not sure that you'd get great results in terms of longevity or success with them. So, yes, could you upsize the tree? I would say yes, but only slightly.
To that point, I note that I'm concerned about the handling of that treescape on West. And I think that more immediate attention to the screening needs is necessary to address what I think many are perceiving as bulk, a bulk scale. Now, that said, recognize that the site, the design review ordinance standards are subjective. What to Ford is grossly out of scale, I think to my eye is a reasonable scale. I think it strikes me like the size of the buildings is appropriate, but the landscape plan surrounding it is inadequate to be able to kind of frame them for the scale that jives with what's surrounding it. So that landscaping plan, I think, needs attention. Additionally, I would echo the concerns that Todd raised about the level of detail that's needed as to the trim details, some of the nuanced details that we do in fact see other projects provide very close level detail. And given the prominence of this location, I think that that's important and would encourage that we ask for it. The third point that I raised is that the applicant here needs to commit to what the plan is as to whether this is an apartment building or a condo. If there's some potential that this is a condo in the future, this application is incomplete. We need those condo association documents that are going to outline, for example, what the maintenance plan is going forward before we can approve the subdivision, if that's on the table for the future. So I'd ask, before we take a vote on subdivision approval, for some commitment as to what the anticipated plan is for that.
Thanks, Jim. Any other comments?
I'd like to add something, Guy.
Yep, go ahead, Jason.
I want to talk about the scale question a bit. And I think that is closely linked to the proportion question, directly linked. And one of the ways that I've found or gotten comfortable with this 3-story approach and this design is that the way that the architects have put this together, the facade of each one of the pieces uses the golden section proportion. It uses it for the 2 pieces on Main Street, and it uses it for the way the length of the building is broken up on the West Street side. And I think that is the operative part of understanding how this can work, because the golden section is a universal principle. It's linking the traditional architecture. You'll find it in many houses around Freeport with contemporary architecture, and it's the same in both. It has the same significance in both. And for me, that is what allows the scale and proportion as related topics to work on this design, on this project. And I've looked at this numerous ways as a 2-story approach and really feel like that lacks scale and would be equally problematic or could be problematic in the sense that it wouldn't hold its own weight. It wouldn't have the right presence. And Main Street is not a homogeneous arrangement of buildings with consistent heights or shapes or presentations of the way their roof lines work. It's very diverse. And I believe that this works with that diversity. And that's where I'll stop.
Okay, thanks. Lynn, did you have any other questions or comments?
You're muted, Lynn.
I'm sorry. Because of the comments of the other board members, I'm seeing that there are questions about the subdivision because of the condo rent question. There's questions about the site, i.e. the landscaping. And lastly, there's questions about design, i.e. materials. So I don't know if this is premature, but I'd like to propose that, even though it'll involve more work on behalf of the developer, that we have another go at this and resolve those outstanding issues. I appreciated all the comments from the public on both sides. Very compelling. But for us to make a decision, using design review ordinances and subdivision ordinance and site questions, I would like to, I don't know whether we're tabling it or moving it to another meeting, but I'd like to see those key issues addressed with as much material to allow us to make the right decision going forward. That's it.
Thanks. Any additional comments from those in the room? Linda? No? Todd?
This is our last chance for comments.
Well, I don't know. Probably not.
I kind of,
Say something? Are we allowed still?
Lynn, I think you're onto something there. You know, as in terms of the scale, I'm on the fence. It's not a big one way or the other, and I am, you know, with the in keeping with its surroundings. I am for it. I understand what you're saying, but I think that it's. I think this part of Freeport, I think this part of downtown also lacks consistency, and I actually, you know, there's part of me that thinks that this is going to help lift this part of town. So I'm not really, I'm still struggling with that. But I would say, Lynn, you know, there are a few questions about landscaping, which I think are significant. You know, I go back to the architectural details of the exterior, and I would like to see those. And so that's my comment.
I think Lynn's hand's up again.
Yeah, go ahead, Lynn.
No, I didn't do it.
Okay, I'm going to put your hand down. If you want to talk, put your hand back up.
Okay. Oh, I forgot. Okay, lower my hand. Thank you.
Sure. Ford, did you have any other comments?
All right.
I do.
Okay, sure, go ahead.
I also want to echo John Patterson's comment that it's not fun being across, having opposing viewpoints from your friends in the community. We've had a lot of comments about affordable housing and the valuable vision for a new Main Street, and it's not the ordinance that we have to deal with. We have the design review ordinance, and so I'm opposed to this project under the terms of the design review ordinance. I'm going to read the sections as I go through them. There are 9 sections. I'm going to read a sentence or so from the 6 sections that I think are not met, and I think they're not met by a long shot. I think that this building is not the first step of many. I think this is a building that changes downtown Freeport. And as one of the neighbors who wrote a letter said at the end of his letter, this is going to be yikes, how did that happen? And I really feel strongly that this is so out of scale and out of character that that's going to be the impact of this on Freeport. The ordinance says new buildings in this special district. And I also want to point out, design review districts are not for all over town. They're just 2 small areas of town. New buildings in the special district shall be visually compatible with the buildings, squares, and places to which they are visually related, specifically with the nearby or adjacent A and B buildings. That's the historic buildings. And we don't just have adjacent A and B buildings. We've got a National Historic District, 1 building removed from the proposed development. The first of the 6 sections that I think aren't met is scale of the building. And the ordinance says the scale gives a building presence. That is, it makes it seem big or small, awkward or graceful, overpowering or unimportant. The scale of the building shall be visually compatible with its site and its neighborhood. And again, this is, in a sense, this is subjective, but I think there's plenty of guidance. This is not the other end of Main Street we're comparing it to. I feel strongly it's about these historic buildings that are adjacent to it. So I don't think that the scale is met. Additionally, the scale is accentuated because this is at the top of a hill. All the way from the railroad bridge coming into town, you're looking uphill at this, and it's more accentuated on West Street because the grade is greater. The height of the building, again, this is a great big flat building. There's nothing, it's tall to begin with, and it's massive horizontally. It says, the ordinance says a sudden dramatic change in building height, because this would be compared to other buildings, can have a jarring effect on the streetscape, and I think this is the definition of a jarring effect on the streetscape. A portion of the building in section 3, the first impression a building gives is that of its front facade, the side of the building which faces the street most frequently used as the public way, and the relationship of the width to the height of the front facade should be visually compatible with its neighbors, and this is not close to the neighbors, and it also fronts on 2 streets, which I think has double the impact. The roof shapes, a roof can, this again the ordinance, a roof can have a dramatic impact on the appearance of a building. The shape and proportion of a roof should be visually compatible with the architectural style of the building and with its neighbors, and that is not met with the buildings that I think are its neighbors. And again, the introduction, I'll finish with the introductory language. The specific intent of the design review ordinance is to assure that new buildings are designed and built in a manner compatible with the character of the district around them. And so I think this should not be approved because it fails to comply with the design review ordinance, but do thank the good work of and the patience of the applicant.
All right, thanks. I guess I should make some comments. A few things about the ordinance. With regard to historical significance, architectural significance, and neighborhood significance, only historic buildings in town can have significance. So those are buildings classified as Class A or B buildings. Class C buildings do not have significance. That was a slight misunderstanding of how that ordinance is structured. With regard to the Maine Historic Preservation Commission letter, an effect determination is provided to historic properties. The way they review it are properties that are eligible for or listed in the National Register of Historic Places. That would be the Main Street Historic District, and the L.L. Bean House, I believe, is the only eligible historic property that's in the vicinity that's not listed. And they determined that it would have no effect, which is the lowest level, not even a no adverse effect, which is the second level. Adverse effect would be the worst, but they're saying no effect to historic properties. So that's something to keep in mind as well. With regard to does this meet the design review ordinance, and we've got these guidelines, I'm looking at that first slide that you guys pulled up, and you've got the footprint shown. The footprint is smaller than the footprint for Town Hall. It's smaller than the public safety building. It's smaller than 15 Main Street, the Davis Warehouse. The elevation along West Street is shorter than the elevation that 15 Main Street has by like 30 feet. It's shorter than the elevation that the public safety building has along Main Street. And the 3-story height, I think we're fixating on 3 stories, but it's measured at approximately 32 feet. And the buildings that are around this project location are at 30 feet, 32 feet, 31 feet, right? So I don't see where the height is the issue. I really feel like it meets the subjective requirements of the design review ordinance. And I understand the need for additional detail on materials, for example. But we've approved alterations to truly historic buildings in town with hardy plank siding as a replacement material, with PVC as a replacement material. So I'm not concerned about those materials because we have them in town currently. I think the amount of detail that they provided to us in this packet is the amount of detail that we would typically see. I think cut sheets, sure, for like those very detailed things, window arrangement, perhaps. You're not going to get much else out of cut sheets. We know what hardy plank or cement board siding looks like. I don't see a problem with approving this as it's been presented today. I do want the board, though, if they feel like they can't make a motion or approve what's been presented, to articulate where precisely in the site plan review ordinance, in subdivision ordinance, or in design review ordinance, where you feel like this application is failing. It's really important that we get it in the record from each board member where they feel like this does not meet that ordinance. I think you've made it quite clear, because you
I don't have to do that again, do I?
Get out of jail free card for Ford. He was very clear about which standards he feels like the project does not meet. And so I think we just need to get it in the record for the applicant, so they can hear precisely the things that may need to change for the application to be successful. Because ideally, they would then make those changes and then present that to us, and we would approve it, right? So I'll start with the folks in this room. Linda, if you want to go first.
Sure.
Okay, thanks.
As I said before, I don't come from an architectural design side of things. So when I look at this, I look a little differently than maybe some of the rest of you. But I also am good at reading documents and requirements and things. And when I look at the design review ordinance, I see a number of these that they talk about compatibility with the neighborhood. And I'm still not sure that I see compatibility with the neighborhood in many of these. And if we're going to have to vote on something, I would certainly be removing some of these statements that say that they, the suggestions that say that they're incompatible, and agreeable with those neighbors. So I'm still maybe I'm not even on the fence this much, because right now I would think I could not vote for it the way it stands. I'm certainly willing to hold off and let the applicant think about everything that was said today and decide if, to come back. And I'm willing to table this to a new meeting and give them an opportunity to further address what's been said and what you hear from us, because we're the ones that are going to be voting. The public will continue to give us their comments on both sides, and it is very appreciated. But I think we have to be okay with everything, and I'm not there yet. So I'm willing to move forward in some way or another, and that may include a vote. And my vote right now is no.
Okay, thank you. Todd? Just going down the line.
And Ford's got the card. I think I'm okay with the scale now. After listening to a lot of thoughtful people on both sides and Ford, and I agree very much with what John Patterson said. It is a difficult one, and people feel very strongly about this. I'm okay with the scale. I think because this immediate neighborhood right now, I think you would have a hard time trying to find compatibility with 2 or 3 buildings in this area right now. And I think this, in terms of size and scale, size and mass, height and mass, I think that I'm comfortable with that. I would say that I would like to see, because of its proximity to the road, relationship with the street, I'd like to see those more details. And I think you did a good job of trying to, articulating, what would make me feel better, that sort of section sort of thing, with cut sheets, with photographs of similar, understanding that it's a guide, understanding that, but that would make me feel a lot more comfortable. I also share, some of the comments about, can we get a little bit more detail on the landscaping as well?
Okay.
Can you be specific about that?
The landscaping?
Please.
I'm not sure I can, honestly.
Okay.
I'm hoping maybe somebody who understands landscaping better than I can will do that. Yeah. I think I share the concern that, and that particularly on West Street, I think the landscaping there is going to be very important. And when Lynn mentioned it, or when I think it was Jim mentioned it, it sounded a lot better. So.
Can I ask a clarifying question there?
Sure.
They did submit the detailed landscaping plan that was very specific.
Yeah.
So
Let me take that off the table then for right now. For me, it would be the architectural detail.
well, I just wanted to clarify, is it actually, it's not, you have a detailed landscaping plan, but it's actually different plants, or I'm not sure where you're going?
I'm going to take that off the table. I'm going to take that off.
Okay. We'll turn it over to the board members online.
As for the landscaping, I'm thinking of Back Bay in Boston, and I know this is a village, I get it, but large blocks of buildings, some of them with really old, ugly, not particularly attractive fronts. I think this is an attractive design. So, but what makes it not a block after block of building face is vegetation. And so again, when you think about sidewalks in Brunswick, there's a sidewalk and there's a building and there's the road, and they have found a way to put plane trees or whatever you need to soften and make the main street more village-like and environmentally friendly, providing shade, habitat for animals, all that good stuff. I think it's needed. I don't think it's here. And whether it means forsaking a stone wall to provide that, I would be all for it. The siting of the building so close to the road, someone said, can you move it back? I don't know if that's possible. But I think the landscaping is very, very critical to my support.
So are you saying you would not vote in favor of the application because of the landscaping question?
I'd like to be able to consider, I'd like them to be able to propose an alternative to get me there, because I'd like to support it. But last meeting I said, I assume you're going to be putting some vegetation on the front here. And the answer was, oh, well, this is not a complete plan. And so now the complete plan has come back and it's fallen short of landscaping.
Right.
I hope that answers the question.
Yeah. Jason?
I mean, I will, I guess, echo a couple of points that have been made. First of all, I do support what I see in the project. There are improvements that could be made that came from our discussions tonight. One of them is the relationship of the facade to the sidewalk, the street. And if there's a way to increase the buffer between the sidewalk and the front face of the building, then that would be beneficial. Whether that means shaving a couple of feet off the building or shifting it to the downhill side enough to compensate for that. I think that would be well worth the applicant solving that problem, because it seems like a few of us would definitely appreciate that in terms of accepting the project. And then the other, like Todd mentioned, better understanding of how what the materials are and how they fit together. That's it for me.
Okay. So the sense I'm getting is you would not support it unless you got that additional materials information?
I think that will make the project better and it will be easier to support.
Okay, thanks. Jim?
Forgive me. To reiterate what I was starting to hint at earlier, I'm comfortable with the height as we're required to find it. I think we heard from a different applicant earlier this morning that referenced that 42 feet wasn't butting right up against our 45-foot cap. I don't know what I think about that characterization, but here we're talking about a project that's not anywhere in that vicinity. I think that I'm comfortable with the proportion of the building's front facade, given the breakup of two structures compared with what was originally produced. I'm comfortable with the element on the rhythm of solids to voids. I'm comfortable with the proportions. I think that as to roof shapes, I think we've seen ample evidence about the use of flat roofs within the vicinity. I think that Guy's point earlier was well made, that facade materials that we're talking about are in fact materials that we've seen on other buildings that we're comfortable with, and I think that there is an aspect that we can feel comfortable that use of those materials here will be similarly appropriate. Now, I think the only, some of the points that come into question are some of the subsets of scale when it talks about where the design review ordinance requires us to measure the mass, the relationship of the building to the space around it, to the open space around it. Here, that west frontage presents a challenge because, well, just the dynamic of being that corner presents a challenge. I think the building as it stands is appropriate for that location, even with the change in grade. If the town ordinance intended to have grade limit or otherwise change the cap of that 45-foot maximum that has been set in ordinance, it would say that, but it doesn't. And I think it's unreasonable to impose some arbitrary standard for how to cap height, particularly when we're talking about almost 10 feet less than what that cap would be. However, I think in order to preserve the relationship, the open space around it, what needs to happen here is the landscaping plan needs to, I think, have a more robust screening on the West Street side. And I think, the token sidewalk trees are insufficient to do that. That's the only thing that I think can adequately, put these buildings in harmony with the surroundings. And I don't think that it's appropriate to ask our community to wait 5 or 8 years until trees can grow to being capable of that. And so I think that a condition of approval should be for more tree plantings and larger tree plantings. But otherwise, I'm comfortable and would approve this proposal.
Okay, thanks. Well,
Can I add just a quickie comment? I want to supplement what I said because I would like to make it clear and on the record. When I look at the picture of those two buildings, I find them attractive. I find them nice buildings to have in a small town. But I go back to what I said. I think in proportion and in coordination with the rest of the surrounding neighborhood is where I have my problem. But I have nothing to say bad about the buildings themselves.
Thanks.
Linda, Mr. Chairman, do you mind if I just briefly
go ahead.
Chime in to Linda's point? To clarify, I don't read the ordinance to require a harmony with the neighborhood. Those aren't the words that the ordinance uses. It requires harmony with the neighboring historic buildings. So we're not measuring it based on harmony with what's currently vacant space. because if that was the standard, this lot would forever remain vacant. We're not comparing it with, a simple non-historic house across the street as the sole basis. We're looking to the focal point buildings in our community to compare it with. And I think if you expand the view as the ordinance intends, I think that, it's not just it's not a 100-foot view. It's more like a 1,000-foot view that's necessary as we look for harmony within the community.
Yeah, I think you're getting at the visually compatible language that's in the ordinance, and there's a definition that we have in the ordinance for visually compatible. It is not the intent that all buildings in a neighborhood should look the same, but that a mix of styles, sizes, etc., that blend together well shall be allowed, and that facade designs that predate 1930 in Design Review District 1, which is where we are, and 1950 in Design District 2 be encouraged but not necessarily required.
Mr. Chairman, can we just address a couple of the comments about landscaping?
Please, go ahead.
I know there's been a lot of comments about landscaping in general, so just to kind of, and thank you, by the way, it's a tough process, so thanks for, for bearing through the whole thing, because as an engineer, I'm pretty linear, so when we get into subjective material like design review stuff, it's tough. I mean, it's very tough because, I'm going to have a different opinion than Ford has or Mr. Yankee or somebody else. So we get that. It's very tough. So just a couple things. So West Street, we can certainly look at tree sizes specifically on West Street, make them, I don't want to go against what Tony's saying, but 3 to 3.5 inch caliber, maximize that. If we need to add a few more, then absolutely, I think that's important to be able to do that. Tony and I have talked about this, and the couple things. Of course, we're looking at a straight-on view, which not many people do because they're driving by or whatever. The people that are walking on this side of the street, yes, they are looking at that, so it's important. But we really wanted to pull attention to the trees, specifically around the pocket park at the corner. So when you're driving in, once you pass the fire station and the empty lot, the old empty lot, that you're really kind of drawn to that and not necessarily the building. And then, of course, going in between the two buildings, trying to put the trees on each corner and then on the opposite corner, which essentially would be on the northwest corner. Which is on the left side of this elevation that we're talking about. We didn't necessarily want to put big trees in the sidewalk, and for one, sidewalks in cities are typically 8 to 10 feet, so you can have tree wells and then be able to access that around that. We don't have that situation here, unfortunately. The other thing we're always fighting with these ordinances, with a 5-foot or a minimum setback, is the trend is not to have the parking lots out front like this strip mall mentality. The trend is to put the buildings out front, have that building be on the streetscape, which is why you have the 5-foot in this particular ordinance, and then put the parking out back. So that's what we've tried to do, at least Patrick, bring that building to the front, have that building visible, have light, have that rock wall with low plantings so that you can get light into the apartments, and visually you can get it out with these big trees in front of these windows, because that's what would happen with that. I'm not saying we couldn't pull the building back a little bit, but that was, I guess I'm just trying to expand the intent of why we have trees on the corners in the center, and then on West Street, and then on the pocket park side with low plantings that aren't going to grow up in front of these windows, and then just have other consequences with, again, lack of light or possible mold or keeping moisture against the building or things like that. So hopefully that kind of furthers what some of the decisions that we've done specifically with the location of the buildings and with the intent of the landscaping.
Thank you, Eric. And I just had a couple other clarifying questions, because with the design review, the ninth element is site features. And so just clarifying if the comments are related around the subdivision approval about landscape, or is about number 9 site features, because it's designed like that on the front because of our study of the neighborhood about how we see the predominance of the stone walls along the property lines, and we didn't see many street trees, especially on the private property. And I don't know how many street trees there are exactly, but certainly there isn't the width to put it into the right of way here. And so we didn't see the trees in the private property on the main streets from our study, but we did see a lot of the stone walls. So we celebrated that in the design. If it were to put trees in front, I mean, if it's meant to block the buildings because someone's concerned about scale, I'm proud of the buildings as they are, and I think that the trees are. We have trees on either ends of the building, and we're talking about I think the buildings are 46 feet wide. That's the limit before you have another tree, and I think in most street tree situations in a town I think they're like 30 feet on center. So we're not that far off from what a typical streetscape would be anyway for the amount of street trees that you might see. So if it's about an appropriate type of character for a street, I think this does do that, especially specific to Yarmouth from what we've seen. So I guess that's my question, is that that was our take on the number 9 for the Main Street, but if it's about other nuances of the subdivision landscape, just not sure if that's on a different conditional approval or whatnot. So just wanted to clarify that as well. Thank you.
I'm not sure I have a specific proposal, but I've got an observation.
What's your observation?
You're the only person that has voiced total agreement with the proposal, but it does seem like there are a number of people who could be satisfied with some tweaks, and the changes that I think would make. I'm opposed to the project, but I think other people would be more comfortable if you could explore pushing the building back, if you could explore putting up more effective buffering with vegetation and with window details. With windows, you could put $250 windows in there, or you could put $2,500 windows in there, and it will dramatically change the appearance of that building, and we don't have that information. Those are three gaps that I think might make some people more comfortable.
You have a hand up on Zoom as well from Lynn.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead, Lynn.
Oh, nicely said, Ford. I agree.
To chime in, I'm sorry. Guy.
Yeah, no, go ahead, Jim.
Just to chime in, I'm a bit concerned. I may disagree with the suggestion about pushing the building back. It's hard to say until you see it. I know that that's something that's made some construction in Falmouth look strange as it backs off the street more and creates this kind of wide open yard, which is inconsistent with what some of these historic neighborhoods looked like. But I would echo what Ford addressed on the other 2 points of suggestion.
And just go back on that. I agree with you, Jim, on that comment. But I think maybe if we could go back and yet have a rendering or a little bit different landscape. I think that's what you're hearing. And Lynn, I'm going to disagree with you. I like that stone wall in the front. But I think, I understand what everybody else is saying too, so, about the landscaping.
And I'd add in response to the clarification that was requested, the landscaping where I see an issue and a request for some supplementation is on West Street.
Yep.
Not on Main Street.
I'd just like to say, in answer to what the landscape designer said, you put in stone walls because that's what you saw. But part of the vision group's goal is to make our streets leafier. And I believe there's a group working on tree plantings just so that we can make it a more comfortable place for people to walk.
Yeah, and just Lynn, just sorry to cut in. The vision plan is not a standard for us to consider, so I just want to remind everybody of that.
I understand, but he was using it as his reason, and I'm saying, well.
I was hoping just to quickly address the street setback thing. we actually consider this as part of our design. That's why it's only the bays that are meeting the zoning setback, which is the 5 feet. The primary facade of the building is 8 feet back from the property line. So there is that was considered as we were designing that. It says how do we we did feel that it might be too much in the front to have a solid mass that close. That's why the scale is broken down. Those bay windows provide that breakdown of character and scale, so that it doesn't feel as as close to the sidewalk it is. So we did make efforts towards that, and I believe that pushing it back does start quickly affecting the site layout with available parking and so forth. So there's a careful balance there. And that although we are sadly losing 2 mature trees, we are planting, I think, in the range of like 12 new trees. So I think that the idea about it being, it will be a very lush and vegetative property. And but of course that if sizing calipers to make it feel more vegetative from day one is certainly something we can do. But just want to note that there's a lot there.
I just had a procedural question.
Yeah, I'll try.
Do we formally need to, I guess we would need to table this?
We need to take a vote, right? So I need a motion. However, the board wants to do it. If we're tabling it, we need to at least provide the applicant with sufficient information so that they can make changes so that when they come back to us, we will approve it, right? That's the idea of tabling. We're lacking information that we need to make a finding of fact and approve the motion. If there's just straight up opposition, nothing this project is ever going to do is going to get my vote, then we should probably just take a vote and move the process along, right? I mean, it sounds like from what I'm hearing from everybody on the board is that there's a few things here, a few things there. I think Ford outlined those top 3 sort of issues, the detail, window design in particular, some landscaping questions, and then, of course, the building pushback, but I'm not so sure about that one.
Not so sure about that one.
But we kind of need the board to decide amongst ourselves, is this something that we feel like we could get behind if we had this information?
I will say, I'll say yes.
Or make a decision, a yes or no, right? That if we get this information, we can make that yes or no.
I'll say yes.
So you think we should table based and request more information?
Yes.
Okay. I will entertain a motion if that's the way the board would like to handle this.
But I don't know how other people are before we...
Thoughts of those online? I mean, I personally don't want to table this because this has been a very long meeting and a very long process, and so I think we need to sort of give the applicant that up or down vote. But
Can I just throw out a suggestion?
Yeah, go ahead, Carolyn.
I mean, at some point you have to make a vote. If there's a couple things missing that you need to be able to make that decision, then I think, you can table it, say come back with these things. And I do think at that point, like, we've talked a lot about a lot of things, but if you're asking for 3 specific things, I think, when they come back, your conversation at that point would be
on
pretty
those 3
specific
Yes.
to those couple items in fairness to the applicant. As an alternative, you do have the ability to make a motion and attach conditions of approval. So we approve it, but you have to come back with a landscaping plan, or whatever it might be. But just throwing
I'm
it
open
out
to those suggestions.
I don't know how you, I'm in favor of moving this forward, but I don't know how you approve it subject to something as significant as buffering a landscaping plan.
I would say it's really a decision that you have to make. You guys have to take action. You put on all sorts of conditions all the time, and you craft them as they're appropriate for the project and your comfort level. By all means, if you're not comfortable with that being of a condition, then you should not make it. We've been focused on these other things.
Okay.
I just didn't want everyone to forget that.
I don't think I could, because I really would like to see the detail, the architectural detail, because again, I think it's such a narrow margin of this being something that that looks nice like the design is, okay, but depending on the products and the millwork and that sort of thing, I think it could go south. because it is going to be so close to the street. It's going to be so visual. So for me, that's important to get that detail. That's my biggest concern right now.
I have, I said what I said. I think the building's fine. I think it's not really compatible with the neighborhood. If I could hear some of these answers to some of these suggestions that might soften it, would, screen it more with landscaping, do something that doesn't make it stick out like in your face when you're on that street looking at it. And I'm concerned with the front view as well as the West Street, because I think that is my biggest problem. It's just there, and it doesn't feel compatible. And I'm sorry, but I just don't feel it's compatible with the neighborhood because it's in your face. And if I could see it calm down a bit, something else there, I could most likely move to the yes side, but right now I'm a no side. So if postponing this and getting more information helps the process, I'm all for it.
Well, everyone's looking at me. I cannot make
No,
that
I know.
motion. I do not have
Does
that
a vote to
ability.
table have to
Can
be
I say,
unanimous?
can I add?
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
We're all saying.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Sorry. A lot of time, a lot of money, and a lot of effort has gone into this on behalf of the applicant and the board. I'm not in a hurry to get it done now, because there's a hole that is, I think, could make the difference between the people in the audience tonight saying it's not so bad versus what were they thinking. And I want the people who are really nervous about this to get a greater degree of comfort that this thing is not going to stick out like a sore thumb, but it in fact will be a great addition to whatever the entry to Freeport is. And I feel strongly that and unfortunately, the answer that, well, we really can't put anything along the main street is counter to what my thinking was in terms of how it could be a nice, attractive addition to town. So I would like to take the time and make it a winner.
I'll tell you what created concerns for me about the details of this. We don't know, I have no idea what this building is going to look like when it's done because of the gaps you've left. The exterior trim, the extent to which it's going to be PVC or sprayed, or what have you, the window quality, I honestly don't know. And you've made a lot of comments about the need to economize yet be authentic. I don't understand the details of this. And the details of this building, as Lynn said, could be a great disappointment to the community if we don't drill down on them now. So it would be helpful. You couldn't possibly put this out to bid with this level of vagueness. I think if you took it, complete your thinking for what it is you're going to build here and tell us, I think it'd be much easier for people to be comfortable and feel like they've held up their commitment to the community when they vote for this project.
So how can we move this forward? How can we table this and give them that direction in a motion?
I mean, I guess the question is, does the applicant feel like you understand the concerns,
you need more
specific items that need clarification?
Thanks for all of your feedback, and I certainly understand the difficult position you're in. I think what I'm hearing unequivocally from many on the board is that you're looking for more cover to help scale the building, right? And I think that I can put in, we'll re-examine the relationship between street trees along Main Street. And potentially if we can fit 2 or 3 trees in there and create a rhythm there and without encroaching too much on the building, it sounds like that would satisfy some, but I also heard that you'd like us to look at the trees along West Street. And I'm happy to do that. Upsize the trees, we can even make that density a little closer. I just want you to be aware of the fact that, I think about people inside the building, right? If we're going to plant these big street trees and they're going to be 50 feet tall in 15 years, there's not going to be a lot of light in those units. And I think you're introducing another problem. So I'm not pushing back. I just want you to understand the ramifications of that trade-off. You know, it's fairly common to put, as Patrick said, a 30-foot spacing on a street tree, and you're going to have a canopy in 5 years that's beautiful and really starts to scale down that building in an appropriate way. If I add 3 or 4 more trees, you're going to have a forest on that side of the street that's going to look great for 2 or 3 years, and then you're going to be cutting them down in another 3 years. So I think some proper guidance from you would be helpful. I'll put in the bigger trees, and I'll put in more trees if that's necessary, but I think there's a little bit, we have to think about what the quality of the light is in the building, and what does this do to the side of the building if we are, in fact, adding many more trees. So just some specific...
You want guidance on that?
Yeah, yeah.
It's the south side of the building.
Yeah.
It's flooded with light.
Yep.
I don't think shade is going to be as big a problem as that massive building that we're dealing with now. I think buffering it would be to your advantage in terms of getting through the board.
Does everybody else agree?
Could I just add on to what Ford said? If I were living in that building facing south with the headlights coming towards me up the hill, I would welcome the privacy that a tree would provide.
Yes, as well as the noise, and also that the leaves aren't going to be on the trees for a good part of the year.
The Pocket Park has trees, right?
I'm sorry?
The Pocket Park has trees.
It does.
They're just not showing up in the rendering.
That's right. There's 3 trees in that corner, and then there's another 6 along West Street.
Right.
So that, I have to say, from a professional point of view, that is a substantial amount of trees to give you a buffer along that street. When those canopies grow up, they'll grow together. You start putting in more trees there, you're going to have cutting down trees pretty quickly.
What about pruning? Obviously, you can, shape, but my concern then for light is those apartments that are facing the center. I mean, they're not well lit like other parts of the building anyway, so I'd rather not talk that much about how much light we're going to lose, because I think there's a limitation based on the, where some of these are situated already.
Sure. Thank you.
Is that helpful?
Sure. Yeah, thank you.
And to provide extra detail, I think that the diagram that shows that slither of the building and pulling up the details and pointing out some photos would be helpful for everyone. We just need to work with the contractor because we know what their base design is, and we'll put that on there. And if there's questions about that, we can talk about specifically. But it is the reason why architecture is just not, it's not cheap. I mean, it takes a lot of money. We're about a third of the way through like a typical design process, which is very common for even like the similar level of scrutiny might be at the Portland Historic Preservation Board about details, and so that's really the same level that we provide here. So it's just not particularly cost effective for a building that doesn't have its entitlements. That's all. So that's why it's hard for us to go beyond that point, practically speaking. But I think if we just limit to doing something that's more of a diagram that shows images and not like a whole bunch of sheets of details, that's something that we can do affordably and provide something for the the board to feel comfortable about the care that we will provide for the project for all of its details, and that give you reassurance that it will be part of the budget too. So.
It sounds like we're heading towards doing the tabling item, but can I just say one thing? I think we need to also know your decision about condo or not, because if it's condo, then we need more documentation for that.
They can figure that out, and if they are going to switch to condo, we can work out what the requirements of the ordinance are.
But I'm saying if they're going to be coming back, that is one of those other items that you could be helpful in giving us.
When is the submission date for the next meeting?
The submission date for the next meeting, I think, is typically next week for like a new application, where they've already been here and you really have it and you're tabling it.
Flexible.
If they would continue, I think would give them a little extra time to get what the board requested. That's our typical with an applicant. You're the ones choosing to continue it.
Yep.
Over that hurdle at least.
No, I don't think it's going to pass. I think I will entertain a motion. I don't think if we vote on design review only, that would work.
So we can sit here all night if you want.
We can. So we've got 3 motions in front of us. I would be interested to hear if anybody feels like we can take action on any of them. 4 votes to pass. If not, then we should table.
I move that we table
Which one?
all of the.
Okay. Should we just go and take a vote that way?
Yeah, I think somebody would
Straw
need
poll.
to make, a more specific motion.
Right.
Yeah.
But I
Be
mean,
in
like a
order
straw
that the
poll.
project review board table. You could, if you do a straw poll. then
Yeah,
you
I
could.
mean, I'm trying to just straw poll to see if there's anything that we could
Why?
vote on
I
tonight.
guess I'm not sure why we would need to table.
Which one?
Site plan?
Because the
Well, because of the building.
Yeah,
Got
I
it.
mean, they
Yeah,
both have
got it.
landscaping components to them.
Subdivision?
And subdivision too, because the,
The landscaping's
Condo.
part of site plan.
Right.
So,
Yeah, I
And
mean,
if I could say,
Sure.
given that approvals last a certain amount of time, I'd rather have them all be consistent as opposed to approval now and then maybe a month from now or 2 weeks from now we get another approval. Just as soon table it all and come back either in, next meeting or the meeting after and provide you what you have asked for.
Okay.
Thanks for your patience on this.
so hearing the applicant's feedback, I think if somebody wanted to make a motion to table it, you could make a motion that the board table review of the application for the 3 things until the additional information requested is submitted. I'd hate to put them on a drop dead timeline if they have other commitments and they're not ready. So if you table it till they do that, the next time they come back, we just we put the agenda and we do our mailing notification.
So moved.
I didn't make a full motion.
Yep. So I will entertain a motion if somebody would like to make one.
is it as easy as saying, I'd like to table the site plan review, the subdivision review, approval, and design review until the information that we've requested is provided.
Might be good just to include a project name in there, an applicant name.
Thank you. For LWS Development LLC, for the proposed Freeport Village Apartments, tax assessor map 11, lot 132.
That will work. Okay, thanks. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. We'll do a roll call vote starting on Zoom. Donahue?
Yes.
Hamlin?
yes.
Montleone?
Yes.
Yankee?
Yes.
Berger?
Yes.
Reiki?
Yes.
Blanchard? Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Because we're past 9:30, we will not take up any new items. However, we do need to go back to item 2, review of minutes from the November 16th meeting, because there was no motion to approve the minutes, and I just want to make sure we do that real quick. We took a vote, but there was no
So
motion.
I wasn't, yeah, I wasn't.
What do you need me to make the motion?
Yeah.
I make a motion?
Yeah, I think there was no motion. So if
All right.
somebody wants to do that real quick,
Which one are we doing?
November 16th meeting minutes, I skipped right to the vote because I'm that person.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting from November 16th, 2022.
Is there a second?
Second,
Okay.
Oh, hold it, here it is, November,
I gotta find my meeting minutes. Here we go.
November, I wasn't there.
Okay.
Recuse.
Yes. All right. Roll call vote. Donahue, abstain. Hamlin,
yes.
Montleone,
Yes.
Yankee, abstain. Berger,
Yes?
Reiki,
Yes.
Blanchard, yes. Thank you, everybody. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Yes.
Okay, roll call vote to adjourn the meeting. Starting on Zoom, Donahue,
Yes.
Hamlin,
Yes.
Montleone,
Yes.
Yankee,
Yes.
Berger,
Yes.
Reiki,
Yes.
Blanchard, yes.
You don't even have to look at the names now.
All right, well, I'm going to post the 2023 meeting schedule online, and if you guys want to make changes later, we'll do that.
Thanks, everybody. Signing off.
I might.
No, Ford. Good night, thank you.
Good night, guys.
Recording stopped.
Ford, let's sleep on it. Thank you.
Good night, guys. See y'all.
Good night.